Hello and thank you for checking out my Gotham Knights Batgirl Any Percent New Game Plus Hard Mode All Bosses No Damage run. For a detailed breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. The criteria for this run was Batgirl's health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment the health bar is shown until the end credits roll. Since this is a fully commentated run, I'll primarily be focused on explaining combat and strategies. This means that during most of the running from place to place, there won't be much for me to talk to. So with that out of the way, sit back, relax, and thank you again for joining me for this challenge run.
Arrived at Gotham U.
Alright, so we're officially at run start, and there's not a whole lot to talk to here. We're just going to go and do a little bit of story and exposition, and then we'll get to our first instance of combat where we can take our first instance of damage, and I'll pop back in once we get there.
Langstrom's dead. Do we know where his office is?
Langstrom's dead? Oh, hold on, just checking GU's website. Here we go. His office is on the 3rd floor in Molten Hall.
Got it. 3rd floor balcony's open. Don't mind if I do. Here's his office. Hardly any police work here. Langstrom must have been killed somewhere else. Those marks look fresh.
You find anything, Batgirl? So far, nothing here.
Our professor is very dead. I'll let you know when I find the crime scene.
Good. Well, not good exactly, but at least a lead.
The real challenge will be getting out of here without the cops finding me. Langstrom must have been working when he was attacked. Significant blood loss here. Evidence of a struggle, then the attacker pinned him to the wall. They were merciless. Langstrom was dying, but he tried to get to that cabinet instead of the door. What was so important? A hidden door. What secrets were you keeping, Dr. Langstrom? A microwave. I hope Langstrom wasn't combining burritos with genetic specimens.
So I want to jump back in real quick, and I want to talk to the infinite slide. So this is a technique that you can use on any of the knights. It's not just Batgirl specific. And it's very, very, very good for not only moving around, it's the fastest way to move on the ground if you don't have the bat cycle. But it's also very good for combat. You'll see this later used in quite a few instances, most specifically boss fights. But also in instances with many enemies, just to get away from them, outrange them, and get them all in front of you. One of the things you don't want in this game, similar to pretty much any other game that you'll see me do no damage, is I don't like to be surrounded. So you want to keep enemies in front of you as much as possible. So this is our first enemy that we could potentially take damage on. This one's very simple. Pretty much every enemy here at the university is pretty straightforward. This is all just tutorial stuff. In fact, until we get to the end of this introductory level, we won't face really more than one enemy at a time if done properly. So you'll see that I just go in, we'll take them out. You can take these guys out loud, you can take them out quiet. It doesn't really matter until this one right here. I always choose to take this one out quiet because I don't want the second one to be alerted and turn on me. So one of the pitfalls with this game that I think was an oversight on the part of the developer is that when you are in an animation, whether that be a quiet takedown, a loud takedown, several momentum abilities, not just specific to Batgirl, but across all the knights. You don't gain iframes. Iframes meaning invincibility, meaning you can't take damage. So I think one of the big oversights with this game is that you cannot cancel an animation in response to combat.
What are they even doing
So
here?
if you're watching this run and you've seen any of my Batman Arkham series no damage runs, you'll know that, you know, when you do a quiet takedown, if you get spotted, you could turn it into a loud takedown and cancel it out immediately so that you can gain control of Batman again to do stuff. You can't do that in this game. So doing things like grabs, takedowns have to be done with a specific consideration in mind to avoid taking damage. Alright, so I always enter this group with one quiet takedown and the rest go loud. Because if I try and do a quiet takedown again, 50% of the time you'll just take damage. So after the first guy we go loud here, and then it's just kind of bouncing around, taking these guys out while making sure you're paying attention to the fire starter, being able to you know, throw those projectiles at you. So we'll go into the bulldozer here, and we're just gonna pretty much use beatdown on him. Beatdown is one of the most OP abilities that Batgirl has. However, you can be damaged while doing it. So my hard rule for beatdown is I never use it if there's more than one enemy available. So you'll see that I use it a lot on mini bosses, which is what the bulldozer is, and I use it a lot on various boss fights. But I'll never use it when, say, there's like 5 enemies around me, because 50% of the time you're going to get hit. It's too much of a risk. And the camera angle locks you into a specific style, meaning you're like focused, dead set, centered on the person that you're with, doing the attack on. So it's very easy to not see things coming in, not see things that are getting placed at your feet, things like that, based on camera angle, and then you can take damage. So again, it's one of the pitfalls, I think, with this game's design. You know, I fully feel that if you have a dodge system, or a counter system, a parry system, anything like that, then every single thing that you do in the game should be aligned to that system to give the player the most control. And unfortunately, I think this game was looked at more as an action game, where the dodge system was kind of more of an afterthought. I'm not a developer, I wasn't involved in the development of the game, obviously, so you know, I'm likely wrong on that, but that's just how it feels. It feels like there needed to be a lot more polish on the dodge system given the enemy types and the bosses. And we'll go over all that stuff. It won't pop up until about the middle of the run. But the middle to the end, that segment, there's a lot of things that I have to do to cater towards the combat system that I don't think I should have to do. And what I mean by that is, you know, not using certain abilities because they're too risky. Like I said earlier, not being able to do throws, not being able to do certain types of takedowns unless there's one enemy, things like that. Because you'll just be locked into an animation and you'll see somebody go to shoot at you, and you literally can't cancel out of it and you'll take damage. So we'll see all that stuff later though, and then I'll talk more to that once we get to it. As you can see though, for this bat cycle, I've kind of ignored explaining this. Basically just follow the yellow lines on the ground and you'll get through it. You really cannot take damage on this unless you seek it out. So.
Good job finding that drive in Langstrom's lab.
Alright, so as we load into the world, we're going to head off to like my 2 o'clock.
Bat out of hell.
And what we need to do is we need to basically collect evidence. And so I'm going to do that from 2 spots. If I remember correctly, it's 5 enemies you have to defeat to get enough of it. But I follow the same pattern every single time. These enemies will always be here every single time the same way. Not every single area you go to when you zone in is it going to work like that. But this one does at the very beginning of the game. Now what I wanted to do there was quiet take him down and then loud take down one of the other ones to make sure I only have 2 left. Unfortunately, as I glided in, you can see what happened there. It didn't jump on the enemy, it kind of jumped on the rail, which got me spotted, but it's whatever. So once we have the evidence, we're going to head this way. We're going to jump on the bat cycle. We'll basically follow this road all the way around. And then we'll head to the rooftop across from the GCPD and get ready to infiltrate the GCPD.
Guess I'm heading to the GCPD morgue, huh?
Indeed. With nights in Gotham as they are, it should be quiet at the station. Relatively.
Don't worry. I know my way around. Another busy night. Hope that makes it easier to sneak inside the station.
Okay, so I always approach this the same way. So right after we go over the top of this building, we're basically going to drop straight down. This will put you into the parking garage. Now, it's very important here that you do not get spotted, because if you get spotted, you're going to have to fight all 4 of I think there's 4 of these police officers, and they are very tanky. Police officers in this game, detectives in this game, are very, very, very tanky. They absorb damage like a mini-boss almost, without being a mini-boss. So what I do is I set up on the back of that SUV and I just wait for the police officer to turn. And then once he turns, I roll in and then go. So very similar to the Batman Arkham series. The only thing that gets registered as loud noise to the enemy AI is if you are walking or you are sprinting. If you're crouched, they won't hear you. If you're rolling, they won't hear you. And if you're sliding, they won't hear you. So I'll take advantage of that quiet roll quite a bit to cover distance to get to many enemies in this
I
room.
remember when they'd let me.
But I just wanted to point that out so that
Now, where was
anyone that may not understand what that is or haven't played an Arkham game understand the technique there and why I'm doing it.
We got a few in lockup.
John Doe body? Buff guy.
I pay $100 for 5 minutes. Body cam off.
Alright, so as we come into this this room, basically we're just going to run forward, slide, and then grapple. I guess I didn't slide there, but you can run forward, slide, grapple, you can run forward, grapple. Either way, just basically run forward, and if you do it fast enough, the guard that is coded to patrol out won't be there, so they won't see you.
Just on the other side of the bullpen.
As we enter this room, we're going to go up over this rail, and then immediately grapple over to here. This is just to continue this segment, so we need to get to the locked door for them to say the door is locked, and we need the key. After that, we're just basically going to go forward. I'm going to use the dodge roll, basically to be quiet and cover the ground. Now, one of the nice things with Batgirl is if you have her fully upgraded, she cannot be seen by sensors, so cameras, turrets, mines, things like that, laser fields don't see you. So you're able to just run right through them. So it makes it very easy and convenient, especially for that part where you're going to get the key card.
Be careful.
Langstrom. Guess the ME was in the middle of the autopsy. In another life, I was a medical examiner. He modded the glucometer to conceal data, using his blood for bioencryption. Belfry, the GCPD just clued in that Talia's been here. Better split.
Already on it. Be careful. They're sending in the big guns. Batman had access to GCPD systems, and now, so do I. Lights out, GCPD.
It's time to sneak out of here.
Entrance is secure.
Spread out! We'll find the perp!
Keep going. They gotta be here somewhere.
Alright, so as we come out of this section, we're going to basically follow the path back that we came in with a minor alteration. So I'm going to head over the side, and then we're going to go all the way around. And I want to make sure that I'm crouched and I don't make sound because there will be a police officer like really close by to my left. Then basically we're going to drop down and we're going to run and get basically out of here. We're just going to go straight for the door. At this point, you can just slide roll, you can run, you can do whatever you want. I do the infinite slide just because it's faster. Well, once we get to the door, that's it. And we can continue. Now, once we load out of here, we'll be on the bat cycle. There will be some police officers here. Unless you, like, literally just sit there and wait and don't move. They won't be able to attack you, so you're not in any risk, again, unless you seek it out.
New data was added to the board.
Alright, so our objective here is basically we have to go do a bunch of interrogation and investigation and blah 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 so that we can continue the story and know what we need to do, right, from a plot point. So what we're going to do is we're going to head out and investigate the mob. 9 out of 10 times there's usually a mob group over here, so I always head over to this area first. And I'm going to scan just to make sure. Usually it's always, I say usually always, that doesn't make sense, but the vast majority of the time the same one is the one that you need to interrogate. So the one with the diamond with the question mark over their head, that's the one we need to interrogate. We need to get this guy down to yellow, or red. I guess it's like an orange-red, before we can grab and then interrogate. That's also not exactly true. If we were able to get him on the ground, say like with a perfect dodge, we do a perfect dodge and then we do the perfect attack coming out of it. That knocks down most enemies, except for like mini-bosses and actual bosses. Well, some bosses it does, but if they were on the ground, my point is I would be able to grab them no matter what health they were at, so either of those methods work, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, once I finish that up, we're going to head over to the next one, and we'll just keep following this pattern until I get all the intel that I need to move on to the story.
You're done.
So in this type of, I guess, crime, the guy that's sawing is always the one with the intel. So I don't really need to scan him, I just know that from experience doing, this run in the game, so I'm going to take everybody else out quiet, and then because he's unaware, I'll be able to grab him immediately and interrogate him.
Someone killed Kirk Langstrom. Who was it?
I didn't know the mope was dead! The guy gave us good money and let him inject us with stuff. You sure it wasn't a robbery or something?
Belfry, no leads on who killed Langstrom.
Well, we know where Talia is. Might as well talk to her in the meantime. Sending coordinates now.
Copy that. Thanks. Belfry, I'm near Talia's location.
Remember, no matter what she's...
Ugh. Belfry, it looks like Talia's got her own mission here.
We got new intel for the evidence board.
Alright, so as I get to the end of the bridge here, I'm going to do a very specific grapple, jump, and glide. And it's very important that if you use this technique, that you land in a very specific spot. Like, I messed this up a little bit, and the game almost pulls me into the water. But you need to land a little bit more to the right of where I landed. If you're too far to the left, what happened there, and it was kind of hard to see, but the game is coded so that it pulls you out of the air. You're not allowed to glide there. So if you hit that trigger, so to speak, the game will literally drop you off your glide, and you could potentially fall in the water. Which, any kind of like falling out of bounds or anything like that is against the rule set of this run, and would require me to restart the entire game. So for my run, that's a very important thing to remember. For a casual playthrough, I guess it doesn't really matter, but just wanted to point that out.
Belfry, I'm in. Time to find Harley.
The X on her map corresponds to cell block 3, past Nexus processing. The guards have withdrawn their patrol.
Alright, so as the door opens, we're going to drop down. Then we need to immediately crouch and go to our right. And what I like to do here is just go all the way to the left here, jump over, and then go. There is a slightly faster way to do this, but again, this isn't a speed run. So time really isn't a factor. So I found that the most consistent way to get by them without being seen is to do that. So as we open this door, we'll have 3 enemies ahead. We're going to go in, and what I generally do is do a loud takedown on one of the enemies, and then I only have to deal with 2. What happened there, however, though, was I was holding sprint, and the game, and there's stairs there, and the game recognizes that as almost like a ledge. So it jumped me forward, and then when I went to attack, it just did a standard attack. So it is what it is. As we come in here, the 2 guys on the right will always be here on the right. I'm going to take one of those out, and then basically it's just playing the game at this point. There is a slightly better way I could do this, but this early in the game, the enemies are very standard. They don't have a whole lot of combos, they don't block you a whole lot, they don't do like any kind of weird attacks that require like you to really be paying attention. So I just kind of go in and fight them. Another thing to note is that pit of fire that's on the right, that can do damage to you. It can set you on fire. So you want to make sure that you stay away from that. Okay, so as we come around this corner, we'll have a couple of guys here. I like to slide roll into this guy and then take him out quietly. Once he's out, we'll basically walk up, quiet take down the one right behind the first guy, or I guess the last guy in this scenario. And then I'll just loud take out the last guy because it doesn't work. Alright, so as we enter the courtyard here, I'm going to break to the left and move all the way around until we get to this guard, and then I'm going to set up right behind him. What he's going to do is he's going to walk over to the electric panel there, and then I'm going to move over to the right and just sit here and wait for him. After a few seconds, he'll basically walk off to like his 10 o'clock, something like that, to go down that corridor, and then we're just going to roll past him and then make our way for the door. That is the only way that I've found to consistently get past that without aggroing anybody, which you don't want to do because, again, basically any type of law enforcement entity in this game is a pain in the ass to deal with. And we don't want to have to do that if we don't need to. So for the mob mothers, or godmothers I think is what they're actually called, these are fairly easy to deal with. They'll always kind of charge in and stomp, and then after that they'll do kind of a 1-2 swing that you can just dodge. Now what I like to do is I like to go with range attacks, and just kind of stay with the range attacks. Because I'm running a fire elemental, she'll just, if done properly, she'll sit there and burn forever. Unfortunately, you have to be within a certain range to get that to work, and it's kind of finicky sometimes, so if you don't stay within the right range that feels like it needs to be pixel perfect, then you'll run into this issue where she will just charge at you, but that's fine. Once we get done killing her, I need to get to the door immediately because there's going to be 2 guards here, and I want to get the stealth attack on one of them, and then we're just going to go into a whatever that ability is. I can't remember the name of it. If you're playing on PC, it's just hitting number 2 on the keyboard. But that knocks them down, it puts some fire damage on them, and then basically from that I just beat the shit out of them. From there I follow this path to grapple up and avoid the enemies. And then we're going to move through the vents, and we'll have a couple of enemies to deal with up here. Now the orientation of these enemies is completely random. So I want to say there's like 3 different orientations if I remember correctly. The best one to get is where this guy's already on the right, so what's about to happen when you enter the room is the best orientation for them to be in. This guy here and the bulldozer up, kind of in the middle. So for this, I just wait until they're in that orientation. I quiet take out one, I run in, we do the loud takeout in a second, and then I just deal with a bulldozer. Now this, we're going to go back to the beatdown, because it is, again, OP, and just one of the best things you can do on a single target enemy. And then from there, we'll continue on. There's no enemies up here, so I'll chime back in once we get back towards more enemies.
Harley likes to string people along, but she wouldn't have sent me here for no reason. What did she want me to find? Time to check the card catalog. Interesting. Aha. This must be what Harley was looking for. I think I've got what Harley wanted. Now to get her to give me that book.
I wonder what this has to do with Batman's investigation.
Wonder what Harley wants from that particular record.
She definitely has a reason. Just hope she's willing to share.
Alright, so very similar to like when we first entered. I'm basically going to go to the left, go down. I want to make sure that no one's patrolling. You can get some RNG where these police or these law enforcement guards or whatever patrol past. If that happens, you kind of have to wait and then go by. We don't want to aggro anybody in here because then we'll have to fight everyone. But that's pretty much the last enemies until we get up here to this cutscene, and then after that we'll have the big courtyard fight. Alright, so as we come out of the cutscene, essentially we're going to have a bunch of enemies in front of us that we can just basically run past. So we'll get here, we'll grapple up, and then we'll get pulled into another cutscene. that we can't skip. And this courtyard fight is a little bit of a pain in the ass because there's always going to be one enemy that's not drawn into combat. So what I do is I duck into this corner and I'm just looking for who that enemy is. And the reason it's a problem is because if you go in and you start fighting without identifying that individual, then they'll throw like a rock at you. And there's no counter icon that really pops up for that unless you're looking at him. So I identify that it's that guy. He's not drawn into combat. So I run out and then go ahead and start fighting the two guys that can throw stuff. So you'll see right there was a rock that got thrown at me. It's the guy to the right I'm throwing flame at right now. For whatever reason, he broke out of combat with the guard and went and threw a rock at me, and I just so happened to see it and was able to dodge it. But I have lost a couple of runs right here, so you'll see he just threw another one there. But I have lost a couple of runs here just because they go to throw the rock off screen and I just don't see it. There's not anything showing me that it's happening. So you really want to give it some time to get everybody into combat before you move in to give yourself the greatest chance of not getting hit. And then once you do move in, you want to make sure that you keep most people in front of you. Now there are people off the screen to my left, but they're not super close to me. So the odds of them getting drawn into combat with me are very small to 0. But anyways, once we get in and I've kind of cleared out the ones that aren't engaged that could potentially throw rocks at me, what I'm aiming to do now is just hit people from range, do damage, and kill what I can until I've whittled everyone down. Really what I want to be the last thing is the Godmother, or the Mob Mother, I guess. Simply because when you're engaging her, she covers the most distance with her attacks. So you want to have a lot of distance to work through to dodge those attacks. But otherwise, you know, it's just a rinse and repeat of what I've been doing while I've been explaining all this. We're just going to segregate people out and get them knocked down. So, you know, contrary to what I said earlier, you know, about grabbing when there's only one enemy left, in that situation there, essentially there was only one enemy in proximity that could aggro onto me. So it's okay to grab in that instance. And same as here, I went to grab him, he just wasn't low enough. So anytime you get an enemy that's just dodging your ranged attacks nonstop, that's the game telling you that you need to do a heavy ranged attack. And once you do that, you'll break them out of that cycle and you'll be able to do ranged attacks to them again. I don't think the game does a very good job of explaining that to the player. That's something I kind of figured out along the way of testing things. But anyways, now that we just have the god, or the Mob Mother and one guard left, we're just going to let the guard be the distraction and do damage to her from range. And then once she's down, we'll go ahead and take this guy out. Alright, I tried to grab him again, it didn't work, but it's okay. And that's the courtyard, that's done.
The evidence board has been up. Thinking about what happened at Blackgate, Ms. Gordon?
Can't believe I let Harley play me. She got away, and who knows what else she has up her sleeve.
She hasn't left any other messages or maps. Do you have any leads on where she might have gone?
Nothing concrete, but she does love to play with the freaks.
A good place to start, then.
I've intercepted a rather urgent call from S.T.A.R. Labs. This seems different from the usual nighttime disturbance.
I have a lot of unstable materials in that building. I'll go take a look. Security will be tight here. There must be a more bat-friendly entrance.
Alright, so for our first visit to the Iceberg Lounge, this is all going to be very scripted. So the way that we go through these enemies is going to be very consistent, very repeatable. So basically we're going to take this guy out with a quiet takedown, and 58% of the time the guy around the corner will hear it for some reason and start to investigate. The other 50% he won't, and then we'll just go through that little duct there to gain access to him and then take him out. So what I'm doing now is I'm rotating around, giving this enemy that should pass through here in a second time to get over here. So we're going to let him walk down the hallway that's right in front of us. And then once he's out of line of sight from the main room, I'm just going to roll towards him and go and take him out.
Lights out for you.
So once that guy's taken out, I'm just going to go ahead and mark everyone. This is more of like a precautionary thing in case I mess something up, so I'll know where everybody is at. As long as I don't mess this up and alert anyone or alert the entire room, then they'll always just stand where they are, except for one guy at the back left that'll pace left to right near the bar. But what I'm waiting for is the one that I'm looking at now to turn right and start walking down this hallway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap back around, make my way to these stairs. And then I'm going to throw a batarang at the wall to create a distraction to pull this person out far enough that I will be able to consistently get them taken down silently. They do walk out far enough that I could just turn the corner and run and grab them. But sometimes, oftentimes in Gotham Knights, when you're trying to make very snappy right angle turns or 180 turns, the game can just kind of break movement, and it'll have like a delay, almost like a lag, and that can get you caught. So what I've done here is I've basically created a noise to get the bartender to basically pull back towards this location, so that as the other guy is pathing back towards the back of the bar, I could take this one out. And then once this one's taken out, we'll move in, we'll take this guy out, and then we'll just have the two above me to deal with. So we're going to sneak our way up the stairs, and then we'll engage on the one closest to me. Now, you can't actually stealth takedown the one closest to you because the second guy will always see you. So basically you just want to get close enough to do a loud finisher on him, and then you can just deal with the last guy. Same as any other normal enemy. Then we'll go in, we'll do the cutscene, and then we'll head out, and that'll be the Iceberg Lounge. I guess the first Iceberg Lounge done without damage.
Penguin isn't feeling helpful. Whatever he knows or doesn't.
Alright, so this will be the first time that we're actually going to deviate from the main story, and this is now we're working towards the all bosses objective of this run, where we're going to have to go over to S.T.A.R Labs. This is part of Mr. Freeze's case file, where we're going to go over to S.T.A.R Labs, and we've got to go through all of that for part 1 of his case file. In this game, basically there are no boss fights until the very end of the game if you just follow the storyline. So much of the boss fights, the actual like Batman quote-unquote villains that we all know, are wrapped up in optional case files that you don't actually have to do to complete the main story of the game. So that's what we're going to go do now. So as we approach S.T.A.R Labs, there's going to be one enemy up here. You can technically skip this guy. I just choose to defeat him, just to be absolutely safe. But you could just skip him if you wanted to, and go through the door. So for S.T.A.R Labs, I want to make sure that I have electricity selected, specifically for the drone master that we're going to run into later. I just choose to swap here. You don't have to. You can swap once you get there. But I just want to point out that that's why. It's for that specific enemy type.
I just wish we had more time in here.
So what I choose to do here is you could take these guys out quietly. If you wanted to, but there's no one here to hear it. So the faster way is just to go in and loud take down the first guy and then fight the second one. But again, you could, if you wanted to, quietly take them down. But the reason I choose to do that quickly is because if I do it quickly, I'll be able to get in position for these enemies fast enough to make the strategy that I'm going to do here very, very consistent.
How's it coming along?
There's hundreds of petabytes in each array, and our bandwidth's all fuzzed up.
Now, about half the time, this guy right here is going to see you. And I don't necessarily know why that happens. But anyways, if you get seen, then generally what will happen is other enemies will be called into the room. So those are the ones that just spawned. And as long as you know like exactly who to go to and who to fight, you'll be able to get basically the entire room down before these two come in. And then you're already looking at the door as I was there, so you can just deal with them.
That'll do the trick.
So in this next room we'll have 3 enemies. These enemies don't pull anybody else into the room if you get spotted. So that's not necessarily a concern, but the best way I found to do this is just to take this guy out, which will auto pull the guy closest to you in to investigate. And then we'll just go in, and I did this a little bit too early. I needed him to be a little bit closer to the first guy I took out for this last guy not to see me, but it doesn't really matter. Most of the, like I said, most of the enemies this early in the game are so simple to deal with that there's not really risk in fighting them. Soon that won't be the case. Essentially, once we get deep into, the conspiracy with the Court of Owls, that will change very much. Anyways, as we, grapple up, we're going to run, and we need to move very, very quickly to this pillar. Because what I want to do is I essentially want to get ahead of this guard. So that I can take him out silently like this once he stops moving. And then we're going to roll, which is, again, just covering ground and keeping me silent to this guy. We'll take him out. And then we'll move all the way around the room to take out the lone guard that's up against the wall here. And you really do want to take this room quietly, because, again, if they see you and you're alerted, they will call other enemies into the room. And so if you move quickly enough, as I've been doing, into this section, this is consistent. This will always happen in this way. So it's a very, very good, repeatable strategy.
Crap. Freeze is here. Looks like he's the one who hired the regulators.
Alright, so we're going to go in here, we're going to grapple up, and then we're just going to go ahead and attack the guy right in front of us once we get the prop. We're not going to do this on the silent one. We're just going to do it on the loud because there's nobody to hear it. So we'll move across here, we'll get up on this ledge, and then we're going to wait. There's going to be a guard that's going to path right under us, and as soon as we're able to take him out, we want to do that. And you want to do it quickly, you don't want to delay, because as you can see, there was a guy off to the right on the stairs that was coming up. So right after this guy's taken out, we want to grapple back up and prepare for him to get in range so that we can silently take him out. Now as we go over this ledge, it's going to be very important that when I land, I crouch. For whatever reason in this game, and again, this is a developer oversight in my opinion, if you start stealthed, like if you're crouched stealthed, and you drop to a lower elevation, the game will stand you up. If you do it via a hang. If you just walk off of like a building top, that's not the case. But if you do it via a hang, the game will just stand you up. So even though you were crouched before, so you have to know that ahead of time. Otherwise, if I was to move immediately there, it would create loud footsteps, they would hear me, and then I'd have to deal with that a different way. So this is the drone master that I mentioned earlier, and why I equipped the electric batarang. So I do this in a very specific way to eliminate as many enemies before I engage her as possible. So what that is I go over the rail, I basically roll over to this position, and I'm just going to wait for all of the enemies to default into their static position. Static meaning they're not moving anymore. So once this guy moves in close to the second one, they'll be in range for me to explode this barrel and to take them both out. So that right there eliminates 2 enemies. And then what I want to do is I want to go up and I want to stealth hit this drone master to do a huge amount of damage. And then I'm just going to go ahead and use one of my momentum abilities, and then I'm going to go ahead and apply the electric effect, because if I apply the electric effect, she cannot spawn her drone in. Now unfortunately I wasn't able to finish her fast enough, and she did spawn one of the drones in. The first drone she spawns in is always basically like a kamikaze drone. And then the second and third drones she spawns in will always be gun turret drones. But the reason why I use electricity, and the game doesn't tell you this, well they kind of do, but in a very subtle way, is that if you apply the electric effect to the drone master, it auto-detonates every drone she has, so it instantly destroys them, which is very, very, very important. And then as I mentioned earlier, one of the benefits with Batgirl is that she can't be seen by sensors. And so those mines there, normally if they dropped on other characters, they would start a proximity detonation, but on Batgirl they don't. So you literally don't have to worry about that doing damage to you, which is very, very big for the no damage run.
What was that?
Alright, so immediately when we get up here, we need to move forward very, very, very quickly. So I do a little bit of a roll there. We're going to go all the way to the end of this beam, and we're going to drop on this guy that I'm looking at. Now this will 100% pull the second enemy around to investigate. All we're going to do is we're going to rotate around counterclockwise, and then we're going to run up and just loud finish it. Now there's going to be 2 enemies in front of us, and I don't know why I did this. I think it was just something I wanted to test, but generally what you would do is you would just sneak past them and come over here and grapple up. And that's what I've always done before, but I was curious if I exploded the barrel, which has kind of like a CC effect to it, like it knocks them down for a minute, if I could still get past them. And it looked like I could, but it just didn't give me the grapple point right away, which was kind of unfortunate. So this is the hardest area in this level, and this is actually the last set of enemies that we're going to deal with. So what I do is I move to do damage as I can, and then I start the countdown timer or whatever, and then I want to move to this position because a drone master or drone commander, whatever, is going to come out of those doors. Now, anytime that I go to hit the button, I'm gonna use my I think it's Bat Swarm is what it's called. It's if you hold number 3 on PC, which puts all those bats around you. I'm gonna use that because it gives me invulnerability and ensures that I can't be hit while I'm going for the button. Because as you're activating the button, there is a brief moment where you cannot move, and if an enemy just happens to attack you, you're going to take damage and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's very, very important that, you know, if you're on Batgirl, if you're doing this no damage run, I highly suggest that you make sure that you have enough momentum to do that twice so that you guarantee that you don't take hit when you interact with the button. So for this shocker that comes out, I believe this is the first shocker that we're actually going to fight. Basically, we want to apply electricity to him and then try and detonate barrels if he's close enough. I tried there and I just missed it, but it's okay. It doesn't really matter. Unlucky for me, he jumped. That would have been a perfect position. So what I'm doing here is a technique you can only do with Batgirl. Because Batgirl is the only character in the game that actually gets to use the Batclaw. Which again, I think is an absolute oversight on the part of the developer. Simply because everyone uses the Batclaw to grapple, right? When you grapple a building, to jump, and blah blah blah. Like, you're using the Batclaw, everyone has it, but Batgirl is the only one that can functionally use it in combat. And what the technique is there is, whenever I apply a status effect to an enemy, that status effect, well, not every time, specifically fire and electricity, that status effect will keep them CC'd to where they can't attack you in most cases. There's a caveat to that I'll touch on later. But in most cases, they won't be able to attack you. So what you'll be able to do there is grapple pull into them, and you do a huge amount of damage. It's something like 15% or 20% of their HP with that ability. And as you'll see later, that grapple is going to be pivotal for the single hardest section in the game to no damage. But that's quite a few hours from now. But when we get there, I will talk to that again. So just know that if you're playing Batgirl, you do have a lot of functionality and capability to do damage with the Batclaw grapple.
Penguin refused to talk. It's like he doesn't take us seriously.
You may be surprised to learn Batman struggled with similar challenges early in his career. So for a time, he focused his energies elsewhere in the city. When word of his work got out, people were more inclined to cooperate.
The city. We've been so preoccupied with Batman's last case, we've neglected the rest of Gotham.
Gotham may not know Batman is gone, but it certainly feels his absence. There has been a marked increase in gang-related crime.
Not to mention Oswald's own business dealings. Maybe if we mess with those, plus a few other crimes, he'll feel like talking.
You've also received messages from Lucious, Fox, and Detective Montoya. They may be able to help.
Thanks, Alfred. Guess sometimes I need to look at things through Batman's eyes.
Funny, he used to say the same thing about Batgirl. An encrypted message from Fox Tecker.
All right, so while we're waiting for the message to get down, I'm going to go ahead and swap my my loadout here. Generally, I like to keep either a concussive and fire, or a fire build, and that's melee and range respectively. The reason for the concussive is because Batgirl inherently, through her skill tree, gets increased damage with concussive weapons. So, as kind of like the standard baseline type loadout, I'll generally use concussive. Later on in the game, about the second half of the run, I basically just say fire because pretty much every enemy and every boss that we're going to fight is weak to it. So, Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we have to go meet Lucious Fox, and then after that, I'm basically going to be taking some time to unlock several fast travel locations that we're gonna heavily use in this run. And then there's also gonna be 2 combat instances, so I'm not really gonna speak to the fast travel unlocks. It's basically just knowing where to go and then knowing which drones to scan and kind of what pattern they take and what route they take so that you know where to stand to scan them. So more or less you could just follow my example if you're doing this. However, I will chime back in with the specific combat sections. So I'll see you guys when we get to that first one.
Over here.
I'm dying to try this baby out. How do I start?
You're getting ahead of yourself. Before you can use the bird, you'll have to clear a path for it.
Whatever I need to do.
Lately, the GCPD's not content to have jackboots on the ground. They've launched a network of surveillance drones to patrol the skies. If they're looking for you when you try to get airborne...
They won't hesitate to take me down. What do you recommend?
A creative programmer could convince those drones to overlook certain targets. But for that to work, close-up scans would be required.
For once, I'm not the one who has to handle the programming. I'll get you those scans, Mr. Fox.
The cops have the city divided into sectors, with a set of drones watching over each one. Until you scan all the drones in a sector, consider it a no-fly zone.
No flying until the surveillance drones are taken care of? No problem.
I'll send you the location of the first one so you can get to work.
I've made a cup of tea.
That's a surveillance drone. Scan each one in the sector and send me the data.
And then I'll be free to fly back here whenever I need to?
Once I reprogram them to look the other way, yes. I found another set of surveillance drones we can take care of. Sending the coordinates now.
Copy that.
GCPD's trying harder now. These drones are shielded from scanning.
Of course. How do you want me to get the data to you?
They have to drop the shields when they dock at a station. That's when you go in. Shouldn't be much trouble for someone with your skills.
So when the drone stops at a station, I can move in. Copy that.
And done. Congratulations, you have your pilot.
Lovely to see you.
surveillance drones. You scan them. I'll make this place safe to fly. You got the scan, I got the data. Nice. Nice scan. I've got the data. That's all of them. Nice work. This area is cleared for landing.
Okay, so now that we're done with that fast travel, we're gonna move over and do this, I think it's like a drug deal or something, but you always want to approach from the way that I approached here so that you can land on this rooftop and take out this, this sniper. Then we're gonna move over here, we'll take out this guy. Now from here, that's where basically the scripted portion of this encounter is over. So I'd say about 50% of the time you'll have an enemy that will path right to the back of that truck that you can silently take down. However, this time he didn't do that. Well, I mean he did, but it's the wrong enemy type. So you'll notice that some enemies have like a shield above them, and then others have like this very elaborate looking shield with like almost points off the side. So the ones with the regular shields are weak enemies that you can just take out quietly with no problem. However, if you look at the back of that truck to the far right, you'll see that he has one of those elaborate shields, which means I can't just take him out. I'm not like, you're not strong enough to do that. So what I choose to do is basically bring enemies into explosives, do damage, whittle them down, because even if they are the elaborate shields, if you do damage to them enough, that then your power level will allow you to quietly take them down, then you can quietly take them down. So that's what I'm attempting to do now. I'm not very successful with it. Here I'm basically mostly hitting just the regular shield guys that don't matter anyways, because I can take them out anyways, without whittling their health down. But that's just the nature of this this game and these type of games, is the RNG. So what I'm doing now is I'm just waiting for an opportunity to attack someone. So there is a technique that you can use. I try to avoid it because it does kind of take a lot of time. But you could technically drop down on an enemy and do a stealth attack on them. Whether it defeats them or not doesn't matter. And then you could grapple away with smoke. The problem is that I don't have smoke. So given this instance, this mission specifically, I can't use that technique because it's not available to me. So I really take my time here. I don't rush things. Again, this is not a speed run. And I just wait for the opportunity to present itself to allow me to take people out. And that's what you'll see for the remainder of this this section.
Hell yeah! Don't mind if I do. Gotcha. I'll take that. They're not getting up anytime soon.
So for this section coming up, basically I need to grapple to like the highest building around here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to glide across the water, the bay, whatever this is, to get over there quickly. Now there was a technique that existed before the patch. Well, they did a patch right before I got this run that fixed the problem of when you're on a perch and you come off of it, it kind of like would throw you forward. Like the game would push you forward, like somebody was behind you shoving you off of it. So they fixed that bug. Unfortunately, that bug fix they did something to change the code around the gliding in the game. Because prior to that patch, you could infinite glide on Batgirl. Basically hitting spacebar and S one after the other, over and over and over again. In fact, it was so good that you could go to like the ceiling of the world. You could go as high as you wanted before the game was like, hey, you're too high. Which was so useful for so many things. It made traversing the world so much better. But they did patch it out, so it's not available anymore. If you want to see what it looked like, just, I don't know, go to Google or YouTube or whatever, and just type in Gotham Knights Batgirl Infinite Glide, and you'll find somebody that shows how to do it, or how you used to be able to do it. But if you are playing on a down-patched version of the game, so you're playing on a version of the game before that bug fix was implemented, you will be able to do it. I don't like doing that. I like playing on the most recent version when I'm doing challenge runs, so that's why I'm not doing it, but it does make traversing the environment a lot more of a pain in the ass. But I did want to point that out because it's a cool little footnote in the history of the game that most players will never know about or be able to do again, unless they play on a down-patched version of the game. Alright, so now that that's done, we're going to head over and do the last little combat section we need to do. Now this really isn't a combat section if you do it properly. So I always approach this in the same way. We're going to glide over to the far side of this compound on the high ground here, and we're going to take out this one guard. after we take out this one guard, I'm going to start looking for where the canister is. It is RNG based. It can be in a couple different places. The position it's in right now is the least desirable one. But it really doesn't matter. We're going to scan it. I'm going to grapple over to the ledge and then drop down and then grab it, and then we're going to get the hell out of here. And that'll pretty much be this area done. Again, if done properly, you won't actually enter into combat here.
Outside of cold storage.
I've contacted Dr. Tompkins. She'll meet you at a drop site.
Do you have an appointment? I'm kidding. Come here. Dr. Tompkins, thanks for taking my call. Nothing surprises me anymore with these gangs. Thanks for the delivery. I've got a medical team lined up who can use it. Just happy it got here in time.
Good luck.
You'd better...
Just Batgirl. Not the Bat I was expecting to see, but if he trusts you, so will I.
Likewise. I assume you've got something in mind. Fill me in.
Well, since we lost Gordon, some cops are back to playing dirty again. Kane doesn't like it, but she's not doing much to stop it either.
So I've heard. She's not half the commissioner he was.
I know Batman was helping Gordon clean up the force. But now any cops who used to be on Gordon's team are getting their asses handed to them. The gangs are ambushing them because they won't take bribes, and dispatchers are giving them the worst assignments because they make trouble for everyone else.
Hoping the gangs will do their dirty work for them, that's horrible.
Look, I hate to ask, but can you keep an eye on cops when they're facing off against the gangs? I know a lot of my fellow officers have issues with vigilantes, but they need the help.
Helping is what I do. And those who actually care about Gotham will hopefully see that we're on the same side.
Thanks. I'll try to get you some resources to help you protect everyone in Gotham, not just us.
Sounds good to me. Belfry, if this isn't enough to convince Penguin, nothing will.
Be careful. Mr. Cobblepot's not known for doing anything altruistically.
tricorder off St. Adrian. Officer requesting backup now.
There's some surveillance drones. Scan them and then you'll be able to fly here. Nice scan. I've got the data. I need you to hold that scan a little longer. Try again. You got them all. Good.
Lovely.
All right, so our second go-through of the Iceberg Lounge is going to be fairly similar to what it was before. There are some enemy variations here, but for the most part, it'll be the same. So we take this guy out. We've already alerted the second one, so I'm just going to go ahead and move over and take this one out. The big difference on this second go-through is that there's going to be a mob mother here that I'm going to have to deal with. But there's not a guy pathing back and forth over here like there was before, so I can just grapple over, drop down, use the cover of the bar to get around and take this one out. So once that's done, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go up top here, and I'm going to go ahead and take these guys out, same way I did before. First one loud, and then we'll finish the other one through combat. And then right after this, I'm going to move across. I'm just basically going to grapple over to the other side. Now the reason I do this is because fighting those two guys gives me enough time before these last two enemies can get over there. So it's completely safe. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wait for these guys to drop combat. And you can tell when they drop combat because they'll get the yellow question mark. And then the shield will start to go from red to yellow, and it'll start to go through its different phases of alert status, so to speak. So I'm just going to wait for the weaker one to be segregated from the mob mother, and then I'll take him out. And then once I take him out, then I can fight the mob mother normally. Now I choose to do this loud because they're walking towards each other. Generally speaking, they wouldn't walk towards each other. They would kind of go in different directions. Unfortunately, that didn't really happen here. So, if I would have let that go too much longer, they would have probably just stayed together the entire time, which would have just wasted time. And I just made a calculated decision there to just go and take out the little dude and just fight her straight up. It is a little bit nicer when you can get the drop on her because you can get like a nice big hit, like a heavy attack on her, which will do a significant amount of damage, and make that fight that you have to do with her a little bit shorter.
I had that touched up recently. Sadly, my usual guy wasn't available. Illumination is important, especially at my age. My eyes aren't what they used to be. I never liked that thing. Clashes with the rest of the decor. I'm not even sure where it's from. So you really are ready to play in the big leagues. I should drink to that.
Belfry, did you get all that?
Penguin sounded too eager to work together. Do you think he's up to something?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey there.
New day.
That was awesome!
Officers requested on St. Adrian near the warehouse. Robbery in progress.
All right, Belfry.
The evidence board has been...
All right, Belfry. What do you have on the court?
The Court of Owls legend dates back to the founding of Gotham. According to the poem, there's supposed to be a secret society that controls the city from the shadows.
I remember reading about them when I was a kid. But why would Penguin send us after an old story?
If the court exists, and they're as powerful as they claim, they might be behind all the prisoner releases from Blackgate. And whoever's doing that has been getting away with it for...
All right, so we've made it to the point in the game where we now have to start dealing with Court of Owls. The standard human Court of Owls enemies are not a problem. It's the Talons that we'll deal with a little bit later in the run and then for the rest of the run. So these, there's not too much to talk about here. Again, the go-to strategy you're going to see here is one of stealth.
Let's see what else.
So primarily I'll be looking to stealth take down all of the enemies. So for all of the enemies that are in this room, I actually, if I remember correctly, the optional objective is to do this room without being detected. Yes. Remain undetected. So if you want to do that, just pretty much follow my example here and you'll get through this area without any issue.
I'll be glad when my shift's over. Something's dead.
A little obvious, don't you think?
They said we'd be working at a club. This isn't exactly what I had in mind.
It's a gentleman's club. Whatever that means.
Just saying, I was hoping for something a little more clubby and a little more... Well, yeah. Why is it so tight?
Who knows? Bigwigs with big money want to feel important.
Did someone do that?
something's not right.
What a waste of a good book. Hidden staircase. Can't be the only thing they're hiding. Belfry, got a secret stairwell here. I'm heading down. Belfry. Something's jamming the signal. Enable logging mode. Send as blood runs straight up to that wall. There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. There's got to be more to this room. Another exit, maybe.
So something I want to point out with this puzzle that I'd never noticed until like halfway through my run attempts is that when you lock these things in properly, you'll see a yellow line go across the ground. So you should see it right here. It's basically like the circuit being connected, and that's the game like telling you, yes, this is the correct position. And I never noticed that until I was like, God, I don't know, 80 or 90 hours into this game. So just wanted to point that out.
Or if you try to cross them, when a talon strikes you dead.
It's you. You're a...
Belfry, I know you can't hear me, but Penguin was telling the truth. The Court of Owls is no myth. They're real. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
So for the enemies that we're going to deal with here, I'm going to kind of go off script, and we're not going to deal with these via stealth. We're just going to actually fight them. And I choose to do that because they're very weak. As you can see, they die with just a couple of hits. So I basically go in there and just smash them with a momentum ability, finish them off, and then the next set are going to come out of this door. So what I want to do is I want to do heavy ranged attacks to try and get them all burning. And then if you look to the far left of the screen, you can see other enemies have spawned in. So we have to finish these guys off quickly enough that the other ones don't get in while I'm still fighting them. Now what happened there is I wanted to kind of repeat our initial engagement. However, a small fraction of the time, the enemies will stagger in like they did there. They won't all come together in a group. Generally, when they come in a group, you can do the same thing as I did on the very first set of enemies and just knock them all down,
So much blood.
which makes it a lot easier.
We need to get to him fast. That must be the man they took.
Okay, so for this section, it's kind of just like a puzzle. This one can be a pain in the ass when you're first learning it. But if you just follow what I do, you should be able to get through this without any issue. However, just note, if you get touched by anything here, you die. And part of my rule set is that if you die, you took damage, so your run is dead. So, obviously we cannot get hit here. But I would say this one right here, and then the next one with blades on it, are the two that give the most problem. Really, it's just understanding how they turn and when to move. But that's what it looks like going through it without taking damage. Now we can move on, and we're done with this section.
There must be hundreds of victims here. This looks promising.
There's new stuff on the board.
All right, Belfry, where am I headed?
By cross-referencing the isotope in the key with Gotham architecture records, we've managed to narrow it down to a location. I'm sending you the coordinates now.
Great. Thanks, Belfry. There we go. Belfry, I'm in. Looks to be some sort of court hideout. It's empty.
Strange location for it.
Moreno.
Any indication of
I
what
remember
they
that
were doing
case.
there?
Belfry, can you call up the Moreno murder case? Should be in the unsolved file.
Of course. The brother of Elena Moreno, a local judge. She took a leave of absence from the bench directly afterward for family reasons.
It was a Court of Owls hit. Let me see what else I can find out. Belfry, looks like the court gave an order to purge at the Chelsea Tunnel.
Construction on the tunnel was shut down when the site was declared unsafe.
Sounds like a cover-up to me. Whatever's down there, the Court of Owls wants it kept hidden. I'll head there now.
Take care, and keep us updated. If someone sees you placing these files, they'll have to discard them.
Don't worry, they won't see me coming. Belfry, I'm in. Looks like they hit some kind of underground tunnel. I'll probably lose comms down there. Mark my location. I'll check in as soon as I can.
I'll wait for your update.
Alright, so this will be the part where we get first introduced to feral talons, and these things are a pain in the ass. So their weakness is the frost elemental, so I'm going to basically put everything on frost because we're going to have to fight a crap ton of these guys down here in the Chelsea Tunnel. So essentially the go-to strategy for these enemies, you need to keep them at range. The only way you can put them down on the ground is with a heavy ranged attack. And then what we want to do is we want to build up elemental until I freeze them. Once I freeze them, we're just going to keep repeating it, which basically locks them into a stunned pattern to where they'll just stay frozen over and over and over again. Now this ability right here is the ability that these type of talons do that is very dangerous. If you're not expecting it, if you're not anticipating it, you can very easily get hit by it. I think you have something like 250 milliseconds to respond to it as far as hitting the dodge button. If you don't, you're guaranteed to take damage. So it's a very, very fast attack that you have to be ready for. You cannot delay your dodge once it starts, otherwise you'll take damage. So this is where we're going to have to deal with multiple of them at a time. Now the good thing is that that first one was a tutorial one, so it's a little bit beefier, a little bit tankier. These are not. So these will die a lot faster. However, the variable of risk here is how many there are. So I have to basically put these guys on the ground, freeze them up, and then focus on the other ones. So what I like to try and do, and it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't based on the positioning of the enemies, is I like to try and get as many of them frozen as possible. So you'll like freeze one, then you'll freeze the next one, then you'll freeze the next one. However, this all kind of got thrown off because of the way that the enemies were like aggressing onto me, so I wasn't able to do that. So I decided like, hey, I'm starting to get backed into a corner here. I need to like get their numbers down and kill them quickly. So that's what I choose to do here, is just to go through and kill them. But as you can see, if I need to deal with them, because there's some that are attacking me, but I have ones frozen, I have time to do that. So if you've got enemies frozen, that's the best possible scenario, because then it's a variable that can't do damage to you, which makes the overall engagement safer.
I wish you could see this, Belfry. The court's spending a lot of resources to mine whatever's down here. They already extracted what was in here. Maybe I can find a sample with some ore still in it. Extraction room. That sounds promising. Maybe these samples can tell me what they're looking for. Dionysium. What the hell is that? Maybe the back computer will have some answers, if I ever find my way out of here. That'll get me.
Okay, so we're about to do the elevator fight. This is more of the same. It's going to be a bunch of talons, and again, the objective is to keep all of them in front of me. Freeze as many of them as I can, whittle them down. Basically, just do what we've been doing with all the other ones. However, on this platform, you have a lot more space than you kind of did with the other ones. I guess that's actually not true. The enemies just behave a little bit different on this platform than they do like in the actual like underground. So it feels like these are easier to deal with than the other ones, but yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna grapple up here. We're gonna basically jump off, and if I had turned my camera fast enough, I would have been able to grapple this while I was in mid-jump. But anyways, you just want to follow this pattern to get out. As far as I know, as long as you don't stop moving, none of the talons can actually do damage to you. So it should be safe. I think if you just kind of sit down there on that low ground and you don't do anything, then yeah, they'll aggress onto you. But for the most part, as long as you're moving, they won't be able to do anything to you. Once you get past them, though, that's it. That's the last section of this tunnel area that you can take damage in. So basically from here on out, it's just grappling, making your way up to the surface, and then heading back to the Belfry.
Belfry, you there?
We seem to have you back.
Good to see you back.
Now I get how much.
Hey, Alfred, did the city records turn up?
We got new intel for the evidence board.
Don't forget that you have a rendezvous with Mr. Hendricks.
Acknowledge, Belfry.
So as we approach Hendricks' position, basically what the game wants you to do is it wants you to look at his car door. So I'm going to turn the camera, look at his car door. That'll push the mission forward. And then I'm going to quickly move onto this rooftop and prepare for the talons to spawn, or the Court of Owls to spawn. As long as you're in this position early enough, these two back here will always spawn. And then you'll be able to drop down and get a free takedown on one of these guys before they get into position. Now this is a timed event. Once we get close enough, they'll be beating on the door. We'll get a percentage timer and all that kind of stuff. So as long as you don't look at the door, that won't pop up. So unfortunately, I kind of messed this up a bit, but it's okay. Essentially, after we get, I think it's 3 enemies defeated, we'll get more Court of Owls spawning in plus a Talon. I think it's 1 singular Talon. He's kind of stuck on the back of these boxes you can see right now. Which is why I move so far forward, is just to outrange his AI. But once we defeat enough of them, we'll get more that spawn in. And basically what I want to do is I want to get as many as I can out while prioritizing the feral talons. Because obviously the regular enemies are not super difficult to dodge attacks on. It's just these feral talons that are the problem. So we're going to prioritize them if at all possible. Now, one of the cool things with this game is that only one enemy can attack you at any given time, in 99% of instances. So if an enemy is shooting at you, a melee enemy will never attack you, and vice versa. If a melee enemy is attacking you, a ranged enemy will never attack you, for the most part. So, as you could see there, a few seconds ago, there was a guy who was going to shoot at me, and there was a feral talon, like, super fucking close to me. But I didn't need to, in that moment, prioritize the feral talon because I know he can't attack me. He is locked out of attacking me until that bullet is fired. And that's a very good thing with the system. There is a lot of bad things with the combat in this game, but... and when I say bad, I mean for the no damage run. For a casual player, whatever, who gives a shit. But for the no damage run, that is one pro of the system, is that they did think far enough in to the combat to make it so that you don't take damage while you're trying to dodge something because something else is in your face at the same time. Anyways, once we defeat all of them, we'll head back to the Belfry and then we'll continue on.
Excellent. The drive Mr. Hendricks provided us contains exactly...
Alright, so as we come out of the fast travel glide, the first thing I need to do, before we continue the main story mission, go into the hotel, we're going to turn around and we're going to go ahead and kind of do the next case file, which is Clayface. I could have picked these things up earlier, I just chose to do it here. There's really not a rhyme or reason for it, it just felt good to do it here. So, but yeah, we have to get 5, I guess, Clayface mimic defeats, and then we can move on. So for the first one, you'll notice that I'm just standing here not doing anything. For whatever reason, the actual credit for getting this first one is very iffy sometimes. And the best way that I found to ensure you get it is just to defeat him and not move and wait for it to show up on the right side of the screen. So you'll see right there on the right, it just showed up with Clay Mimic, and then it shows up with challenge available. So as soon as it says challenge available, I know that I'm good. And then you'll see in the center of the screen, it said Clay Samples 1 of 5. So once I know that I've got that, we'll move on. And all of these clay mimics are in the same exact place every single time. So it's fairly consistent. And again, we're just going to wait until I see it pop up that I've got the sample, and then we'll move on.
Still not enough clay.
There we go. And so I do want to note that depending on how you take down, you do the initial stealth hit on the mimic, will depend, or will determine whether I can completely freeze them or not. So if she does the kick where she slides on the ground like this, I know that I'm not going to get the full freeze off. There's going to be a delay and that they're going to block. So then I know that I need to get ready to dodge one of their abilities. I'm not exactly sure why that is. I don't feel like Batgirl throws them any slower. So I think it's just, if I have to guess, I think it's...
We're gonna need more than that for the analysis.
When she kicks them and she's laying on the ground, that they're CC'd for a smaller duration of time before they're fully able to re-engage you. or I guess engage you. And so I think that's what's happening, but I don't really have a for sure definite answer on why that happens. But anyways, we're going to get this one over here, then we'll go back over towards the hotel, we'll get one over there, and then we'll go inside.
If you're in there, stop this. A bit more clay wouldn't hurt.
This thing is taking forever.
Belfry, I've reached the Orchid Hotel.
The balcony door should be open. That's your entry point.
A penthouse. You went all out on this one, Belfry.
Let's not make a habit of this. We don't have access to Bruce's credit cards anymore.
Thanks for that!
Where could it be? That should do it. Belfry, I've got a bunch of clay for us to analyze.
How did you know what I wanted for my birthday?
So now that we're inside the hotel, pretty much our objective here is just not to be seen. So I'm going to take a very predetermined route and sneak past everybody. Basically, it's just keeping on the outer edge of the area. Now, something that's interesting is that this enemy that I'm going by right now, sometimes, very rarely, will be in a completely different position. And I'm not sure why that is, because everyone else seems to be consistently in the same position. But that one kind of floats, so you'll just need to wait for her to be in that kind of position where I had her, and then you can just go by her like I did. So we'll roll all the way in here, we'll take this guy out, we'll deal with the computer.
Don't mind me.
And then right after we turn off the security system, everyone's going to be alerted that something's wrong.
Belfry,
So we're going to move into this position by this flower planter or whatever this thing is here. And so when I was talking earlier about the system being clunky, that right there was a very good example of it, albeit a very quick. Like if you haven't played the game a lot, you might not understand what happened there, but what I was trying to do was edge forward and move, and it moved me too far forward, and then when I tried to turn around, because I knew I was too far forward, the game was like very clunky. That's the only way I can describe it. It was very clunky, and it kind of like hesitates a little bit. And it's not as responsive, and so I'm like, fuck, I can't move back. So if I if I try this, he's gonna see me no matter what, and then I won't get the instant takedown on him. So I basically chose, to throw stealth out the window and just go straight in and, get what I could get out of a bad situation, which was to instantly take out that one guy. The way that strategy is supposed to work is I hold that position. The enemies will all kind of move off, and there will be an opening for me to start taking people out one at a time. And that's the normal strat, unfortunately. I guess no one will ever see it because I wasn't able to capture it, and this was the run that I got the no damage run done, so that's that. So for this room, the way that this works is you are basically forced to listen to every single person for the voice of the court to spawn in. And then he'll spawn in at the bottom of this area and walk up towards where you see the wreath and picture of Bruce Wayne right there with the guy standing in front of it. He'll spawn at the bottom, he'll walk straight up, and that's where you'll find him. So
Going down.
if anybody was curious on you know, what this whole section was about, you have to listen to everybody. So
When I go, it'll be a spectacle. Fireworks, dancers, ice sculptures, the works. What do you mean you won't see me? I'm the goddamn mayor.
I'm afraid his schedule won't permit it.
You tell Colonel Kane that I won't be frozen out. My office demands respect.
Of course it does, Mayor Sai. I'll relay your message. Hard to believe Bruce Wayne is gone. I know. I was hoping to be his date this year.
Business is good. Great, even. Who would have thought this would give the rest of us such a kick in the pants?
Sorry to interrupt, but it's time.
Ah, of course. We'll have to continue this later.
Got another one.
Alright, so as we gain control of Batgirl again, we're going to move forward here, and as soon as we drop out, we're basically going to move forward, and then we'll get pulled into like this little mini cutscene.
Sir, the labs are requesting more Dionysium to meet their production deadline.
I'm aware. Arrangements are being made. Let them know that I expect the quota to be met. No excuses.
Thank you, sir.
So after the cutscene wraps, we're going to start moving forward, and there's an enemy that's going to path into the room that's right on my right. Sometimes he's further back and you'll see him, sometimes he'll already be in the room. So in this instance, he was already in the room. So we're just going to go in, we'll stealth take him down. Then we're going to move forward to where you see the red light on the ground, that's from the camera. We're going to move towards the right and then just run straight for the vent. And once we make it to the end of this vent, we'll be pulled into another cutscene.
Are the arrangements made?
If it pleases the court.
Excellent. I'll see you downstairs.
Batgirl, we just found a hidden 13th floor in the hotel blueprints. Maybe that's where the voice went.
This should take me to the 13th floor. Belfry, I found one of those weird court doors. This must be it.
Understood. Tread carefully.
Is hiding. So where did the voice go? Belfry, any clue where to go from here? Belfry? Nothing. There must be a jammer in here.
Alright, so as we make our way into this next room, we're going to have 3 enemies. Basically, I just go loud on these. There's really no way to stealth take them down that's quick. You can throw batarang and kind of bait them one at a time back down the hallway that you're running from. But it takes a long time, and you could potentially just get them to go alert anyways, so...
Looks like the voice called.
I find that it's easier and,
What are they looking at?
not necessarily more consistent, but as long as you're good with the combat, it's consistent enough that you just run in and take out the first guy like I did, and then deal with the other 2.
Our calculation was compromised. Found to be moonlighting for cockroaches. We eliminated him. Our allies...
Crap. The court really did kill Langstrom. If I can get this recording to a judge, it could be enough for a conviction. I recognize some of these names. These people are either dead or missing. Langstrom's in here too. This must be a hit list.
Alright, so as soon as you pull the USB out, you need to run to the right because this chamber is going to open and you're going to have these two enemies. So as long as you get here fast enough, you'll be able to fully take down one of them, and then you can deal with the second one however you like.
A history of Gotham architecture. The court must have been involved in the construction of these buildings. City Hall. These all represent different kinds of power structures in the city. No wonder the court's interested in them.
Of course. I should have known it was you.
Well, where are you?
Alright, so coming out of this cutscene, we're going to have a crap ton of enemies. We're going to have human enemies, we're going to have feral talons. Basically, my go-to strat here is the same as all the other ones, right? Deal with the talons. God, that was so close. That was so close. Deal with the feral talons, and then deal with the human enemies, if possible. If the feral talons are too far away that you don't need to worry about them, then just prioritize killing the regular Court of Owls members. However, if they're close like this, you want to prioritize that in a different way, right? So we want to focus on the talons themselves, and then the Court of Owls members can be done once those are out, because really the danger is the talons. The guys shooting the guns aren't really that big of a deal. And something I didn't really speak on that I don't know the game does a good job of explaining to you is so when somebody's shooting at you, you'll see that there's a line, and then after a little bit that line will start blinking really quickly. That's when you need to dodge. When the line is blinking is when the game is telling you to dodge. So you may have noticed that anytime somebody's shooting at me, I don't dodge immediately because there's no reason to. Just wait till you see that telegraph line start to blink, and that'll be the perfect time to dodge it. So I'm going to go ahead and change up my build here to a full fire build. And the reason that I'm doing that is because we're going to have to deal with a new enemy type from a new faction, which is the League of Shadows. And they are weak to fire. And fire helps so much against them. So I'm going to fully spec into that. And I'll chime back in a second with some strategy on them.
No, please, don't!
So as we come out of this cutscene, basically we're just going to run forward. Nobody can attack us until the very last hallway. So this one right here is just for show, so he can't attack us. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the far guy at the end of the hallway and just take him out. Because the assassins will basically take out the other guy. And while they're focused on the other guy, I'm going to try and burn them down. But the League, similar to the Talon, basically any assassin that has a sword has an ability where they're going to go into stealth, they're going to come out of stealth. And basically you have less than 250 milliseconds, if I remember correctly, where you have to dodge. And if you delay that dodge at any moment, then you're going to take damage, because the attack, when they do the 3 or later in the game the 4 combo attack out of stealth, the dodge system is not built in a way that can handle the delay. So whenever you dodge, you can sit there and smash the dodge button, and you can tell that there's a delay between one dodge to the next. So because of that delay, you have to factor that delay into the timing of enemy attacks to ensure that you actually get them off. Which is something that's going to kind of be an issue at the very end of the game with the last boss fight, and where the timing to get it perfect is so small that I had to develop a completely different strategy that basically you don't fight them at all. So if that interests you, stick around to the end of the run and I will be explaining that. But these bigger enemies from the League of Shadows, These are not ever an issue. It's only ever the ones with swords that I'm ever concerned with. So if you're fighting these, you can fight them in the manner that I'm doing here, and you'll be successful. And basically what that is it's leveraging their weakness to fire elemental, and just burning them, and once they're burned, they'll be CC'd, and then we can pretty much just do whatever we want to them. Alright, so as soon as I kill this last one, we're going to have more that spawn in. Now these are going to be ones with swords. So my go-to strategy is to basically wait until they come out. And basically when you see the black smoke is when you need to hit your first dodge. In every single attack that they ever do in the game, as soon as you see black smoke, hit dodge. If you do that, then every subsequent dodge after that will be properly timed. Even if you're just smashing the dodge button, it will always be properly timed and aligned to avoid their attacks. However, though, if you delay even for a hair of a second on seeing that black smoke, you're going to take a hit.
Montoya?
There's new info on the board.
We've tracked Talia to a parking garage downtown, sending you the location now.
Belfry, tell me you got that.
I wish we hadn't, but yes. The last thing we need right now are stronger talents. The court's scary enough as it is.
I think it's time we hit our sources. See if they know anything.
Was wondering when you'd show up.
Wanted to give you enough time to go through the files I sent.
Some pretty serious shit here. A secret society that controls Gotham, with Jacob Kane at the head?
Don't forget a healthy dose of murder.
I'd say you were off your game, if it didn't make so much damn sense. I've seen so many shady things over the years, and this explains every single one of them.
So let's put a stop to it. Once and for all.
Too many corrupt cops on the force for me to just arrest him. If I had someone I could actually trust on the case, might be able to get some solid evidence.
You've got someone you can trust. Let me find out which ones you can't.
So you may remember back to the very beginning of the game where I said a little thing that somewhat went like this. Anyone in this game that's affiliated with law enforcement is a pain in the ass to fight. So Montoya wants us to go find basically corrupt cops. In this game, they turn out to be detectives. And she wants us to stop them. However, it's very, very, very difficult to fight them and not take damage because of how tanky they are. So I came up with a method of dealing with them that is a little cheesy, but works for every single one of them that you're ever going to fight. And basically, that's not fighting them. So what I did here was I came in, I took out the regulators that I could, which will always be the same ones. And then basically we're just going to stand on a rooftop, and we're just going to spam battering at them. with the goal in mind of setting them on fire. Because if we set them on fire, they'll burn, and they won't be able to shoot us right because they'll be CC'd. I mean, as you can tell, the fire elemental in this game is just ridiculously OP for so many different enemies. And you'll see that as we go through the rest of the run. It's very, very, very OP for most of the hardest enemies in the game. All you need to do, though, is when you're up here, you want to make it so that you can only see one enemy. And if you can only see one enemy, then only that one enemy can see you. However, you do need to be cognizant of enemies as attacking you, right? So a second ago, there was one trying to shoot me, and I just kind of walked to the left and outranged it. So that's really all you need to do for this. If at any point in time an enemy gets out of range, and if I remember correctly, one will at some point here, if one gets out of range, then what you can do is just walk over and let them drop, right? So they'll drop their alert status, they'll go into their yellow status or whatever, and they'll start roaming around trying to find you, and then they'll reposition. Most of the time they'll reposition in a position that's more advantageous to you being able to hit them. Now, aside from this being super safe, and yes, it is super cheesy, the other reason that I do this is because I don't want these guys to get feared and escape. Batgirl has quite a few things that she can do when an enemy sees that will make them run in fear, and that fear is completely random. It's not necessarily something you can control. But I have had it before I developed this strategy several times where I would be doing stealth takedowns or whatever. I would go loud on an enemy, and then one of the detectives, or I could just be fighting them and set one of them on fire with fire elemental ranged attacks, and just one of them would freak the fuck out and run away. And I don't want that, because that first area has 3, the one we're going to now has 2, and that's what we need is 5. If any of them flee, then now I have to go over to another area, which I didn't want to do. So the other reason for that strategy is to keep them from fearing and running away, because if you're on a high ground, just throwing batarangs and they can't reach you, they are never allowed to fear. For whatever reason in the game is coded in a way that if the enemy cannot reach you via line of sight, meaning they can't walk onto you, it is impossible for them to be feared. So this also helps reduce that possibility, and allows me to get the 5 kills in a very consistent way, because these 2 groups of detectives will always be here.
Belfry, I'm sending coordinates to where Montoya can pick up one of those creeps.
Roger that. I'll tell her to get ready for pickup.
Okay, so as we approach the second area, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did with all the other detectives, but we're going to do it from this high ground here. But prior to that, what I want to try and do is I want to try and get as much damage on them as early as possible before I actually engage and show myself. So this barrel that's here will always be there. However, the type of barrel changes. It's random. So sometimes it'll be a fire barrel, sometimes it'll be a corrosive barrel. Corrosive is the better one, because it does more damage than fire does. But, regardless, once they take the damage, what you want to do is you just want to be on the rail, and then anytime someone goes to shoot you, you just want to back up. And if you do that, they will never ever be able to hit you, because from their point of view as you back up, you're out of line of sight, and the rail is blocking that ranged gunfire damage from them, so they'll never be able to hit you. So you can literally just take this slow, stay up here, and basically farm this out similar to how we did all the other detectives. And you can get through this without taking any damage in a very, very safe manner.
Somewhere out there. I can feel her watching me.
Are you serious?
Who's out there?
Could she have gone?
The court mask confirms Montoya's suspicions. Belfry, ping Montoya to let her know that she was right.
So now that we're done with that, essentially we're going to move over to wrap up some stuff we have to do for Harley Quinn's case file. So I'm going to basically go run around and do all that kind of stuff. There's really not a whole lot to talk to here. It's a lot more of the same. So for the one I'm going to right now, it's basically a bunch of hostages. You want to approach this fully in stealth, because anytime you do a hostage mission, if the enemies see you and they're given a chance to hit the button, they'll hit the button and then you'll get like a 45-second or 60-second timer that starts. I can't remember the exact duration, but what I do here for this specific hostage rescue is very consistent and will always happen the same way. So you could do this yourself, and you could literally go from one enemy to the next in the same way that I do it here, and you'll have the exact same success. So there's really not a whole lot to talk to on this one, and I'll chime back in on the next section.
Down you go.
Oh God! Can anyone hear me?
Don't worry, it won't go off. Sit tight. You don't look like your usual freak.
Batgirl, this is too much for me.
Where is it?
Anyone hear me?
Don't worry, it won't go off. Sit tight.
Please, hurry.
See nothing. Belfry, did you hear anything about freaks teaming up with citizens for crime stuff?
That better be a joke.
Maybe, maybe not.
I'm not seeing anything. Try and find out what you can.
Alright, so we're approaching the next one. This one, just like the last one, is very, very consistent. The enemies are always in the same spot every single time. And as long as you're fast enough and you do what I do here, it will be repeatable and consistent for you every time.
Oh, great. More of this.
So that's all I'll speak to here. We're going to go around and get as many of them as we can. If done properly, the 3 that you see to the left of me there that are fighting the civilian will be the only ones left. And then we'll just go in, we'll go loud on one of them, and then fight the other 2 off. And that'll be that.
Surprise.
This is so much fun! You gotta go faster! I should check that out.
You had to do things the hard way.
Somebody believe it! Thank you all so much!
That's interesting. Don't live your life, re-cue it.
So for the last one here, there's really not a good way to do it like the last 2. So basically I just go loud, and then we're going to use the Bat Swarm ability just to keep me safe from taking damage. Because right after this we're going to teleport back to the Belfry, and anytime you go back to the Belfry you lose all of your momentum anyway. So there's no reason to hold on to it, so we might as well just use all of it. Which is what I'm going to do here. To basically defeat all of the enemies and then move on. And again, this keeps you safe from like 99% of abilities in the game, or damage in the game. And I only say 99% because I don't know what the 1% is.
Maybe this will.
It tells you in the description that it's not, it protects from most damage. There is not a single thing in this game that I have found that does damage to you and that is active. So whatever the developers know that can do damage through it is beyond me. So for that reason, I'll continue to say 99% of all damage.
I put some new info on the board.
All right. I helped you. Now you gotta help me.
Okay, so our objective here is to head back to the Iceberg Lounge. Before we do that, though, I need to do some stuff for the freeze case file. And what that consists of is just beating a certain amount of regulators. If I remember correctly, it's 10. So what we're going to do is basically just go find regulator crimes, beat up 10 guys, and then go to the Iceberg Lounge. Now these crimes are never consistent, so I never know what I'm going to get, so basically I just run around and look. Because it's the regulator faction, the only rule that I have for this part of the run is that I will not fight a drone master. So if there's a drone master, I'll just go find another crime. Because it's not worth the risk of dealing with a drone master. Shockers are very easy to deal with. Drone masters can be a pain in the ass, so I just choose not to deal with them. Again, we'll use the technique I mentioned a while back, you know, getting them to burn, and then using that bat claw pull to do massive amounts of damage to them. So that's, what was that, 4 enemies, I believe. So we need 6 more, so I'm just going to go off and look for some more. So again here, I'm just making sure that they don't have a drone master. And since they don't, then we can go in and we can take these guys out. I remember this. This guy, like, he got feared and he starts running away and it pissed me off. I was like, you fucking asshole. Because, like, even though they're feared, you can still hit them. So if I was able to catch him on fire, I would still get the kill. And so I went to do that and he just got far away from me. And I was, like, so annoyed. Yeah, so he escapes and I'm like, great. And he's like, now this is going to take longer. Like, this is already a long run, so anything that prolongs its length is like, ugh. So honestly, these crimes here, are the best crimes. They're very consistent. They always have 2 people. One of them will always be somebody you can interrogate. Like, anytime you get a crime like this, like, you know, there are several points in the game where they want you to interrogate somebody. Anytime you can find the criminals fleeing from the police officer, it's like, you're a lucky day, because it's like the easiest thing. And they'll always be basic enemies. They'll never be like mini bosses or something like that. It will always be a basic enemy, so the risk in dealing with them is so minimal. Alright, so nothing to talk to here. We're just going to approach it from a stealth perspective for as long as possible, and then we'll go loud. Because of the way the shocker is orientated right now, I have to take this guy out loud. Otherwise, he'll just see me at some point. Now, I am going to leave this section. If I remember correctly, I run away here. And that's because I didn't want to fight him in this small little area. Yeah. So I was like, I'd rather fight him in a big open area than a small area, because you can get into a point where, like, if the area is too small, specific to these shockers, then when they come in with their elemental attack, some of them have lightning, most of them have ice. But when they come in with their elemental attack, you have to dodge out of it. And if there's nowhere for you to dodge, you're just going to take damage due to space limitation. So always fight those guys in an area that gives you enough space to move around and never up against a wall. Alright, so these should be the last guys that we have to deal with here. And earlier I told you guys about Batgirl's ability to fear things, right? If I remember correctly, this big shocker here gets feared. And luckily, unlike the other one, I was able to just burn him and stop him in his tracks. And we'll see right here he comes up, and yep, there he is, he's feared. So if I wasn't burning him, he'd be trying to run away right now. So, you know, the fear thing is just so random. You never know when it's going to happen. So anytime you can keep it from happening when you don't want it to is a good thing to do. So all I'm doing now is I'm just teleporting back, and then we'll go right back into the city and then head to the Iceberg Lounge.
Our scanners have picked up more.
There's a unique energy signature nearby. You may want to look into it.
Alright, so the enemy type that we're going to have to deal with, and up ahead of us is essentially the Court of Owls, specifically a bunch of Talons. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just going in and changing up my loadout to deal with that. I don't know why I started with concussive here. I think that was just kind of my brain going crazy, because that's not necessarily what I should be doing, but whatever.
What the hell happened here?
I should go full ice there. But that's okay. That's fine.
Oh, my head. What was in that gas? What is this place? Belfry, do you copy? Belfry. Nothing.
So as we come out of this haze and we gain control of Batgirl again, there's really not a whole lot to this maze once you understand how it works. So we're going to slide under all the traps. Anytime you see the black circles on the wall, you just slide under them. And you'll see that I'm obviously using the infinite slide technique. So as we go to this section has a 50-50 chance of popping up first. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through, and as soon as we hear the dialogue, so you'll see the subtitles at the bottom of the screen, we're going to turn around. And that'll spawn the next section, the one with fire. The path that I run through on this is consistent. It's the same every single time, so you can do that if you want. But whether you get the spinning blades or you get the fire is completely random. Like I said, it's a 50-50 chance you'll get one or the other. And then once you run through, you get the dialogue and you turn back around, you'll get the other one. And that's really all there is to talk through here. The only other thing through here that could do damage to me are the spikes in the wall, and those are very easy to see and you just slide under them. So not anything else for me to speak to, so I'll chime back in when we get to the next instance of combat.
Dad's old office.
Some new kid on the block in Gotham calls herself Batgirl. Just another pile of paperwork and tights, if you ask me.
That's Dad's voice. All right, that did something. So much clearer here.
Okay, so as we enter this room, we're going to have several Talons that come out of the wall. These are kind of a pain in the ass because of the way that they spawn. They spawn kind of like in a trickle fashion. So what I choose to do is to stun them in a trickle fashion, and then basically work on freezing all of them, and then once all of them are frozen, just kind of deal with them one at a time while they're CC'd. And as we go into the next room, we're going to have the exact same situation. It'll just be more of them, so we'll get the first initial wave, and then we'll get a second wave that comes in. It's just really important to know where these enemies are spawning from so that you can position properly. And then once they do spawn, just staying in a position where you can effectively manage all of them at the same time, which is what I'm trying to do here, is get them all in front of me. So there's none of them behind me. And because of the way they're going down, they're kind of staggering really weird. So what I wanted to do there was I wanted to freeze the guy that was beside him, but the game was prioritizing the other one that was already frozen, so I wasn't able to do that. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have hit that dude and broke him out of his CC. And there's a little bit of nuance with this too, where like, you know, as you're going around, you're trying to freeze these, so there's more spawning in right now, but as you're going in trying to freeze these, you want to kind of remember the pattern that they went down, so that you can freeze them in that same like order. Because obviously the first one that goes down is the first one that's going to stand up. So yeah, so I forgot about this. The second one, the second set, you know, they are not the basic talons. They're the upgraded ones. I can't remember the name of them at this point. But they do throw knives at you at certain points, and it's never consistent. Like, you could go this whole fight and never see them do it. And then other times, they'll just randomly do it. So that can be a little bit of a headache, but it's okay. As long as you're expecting it, when you see it, just dodge left or right, and you'll be safe from it.
There's no end to this place.
Alright, so this will be the first of many of the gladiators that we have to fight. There are several ways to fight these. The way that I choose to fight this one, because it's the only one, is a little bit suboptimal. I probably shouldn't have done it that way. Essentially what you want to do is, the best way to fight them is to freeze them. Basically just stay away from them. Freeze them, and then once you freeze them, go in for a hit, and then rinse and repeat that. Since I had so much momentum here, and the beatdown ability is so powerful, I went and decided to go with that. The problem is that the beatdown ability on these guys does almost no damage. And the reason it's doing almost no damage is because I fucked up, and I went with concussive. So normally I would have ice, and ice does more damage, so my beatdown would do so much more damage. But I guess, I don't know, I had a slip of the mind or something and put on concussive. Because I don't remember doing that. Like, I think when I was doing the run in my brain, I thought I had freeze on, so I don't know. Anyways, as we get to these three guys, we want to make sure that the two on the outer edge path past him, and then we're going to take him out. We'll take out the next one closest to us, and then we'll run and take out the next one.
Can't believe the court got...
Is someone there?
Maybe this will help. That did it. Now to just find a way across. Crap! Can't get past those tanks, but I might be able to hit those valves. Looks like he's the one in charge.
So for this guy, there's not a whole lot to talk to here. I like to approach him in stealth. You can just run in and beat the shit out of him. But I find just going in stealth and then grabbing him is the safest way to do it. So
I just went
that's
through
what I do
hell,
here.
so I'm only gonna ask this once. What is this place?
We prepped the volunteers here for Project Goliath. It's a Talon deployment.
Volunteers? The dead can't exactly sign themselves up.
They're not dead at first. The new ones, they offer themselves up for the cause.
Thanks. Sleep tight. Ah, it's like some kind of Talon factory. With an army this size, they could take over Gotham City.
Alright, so this room, man, this room gave me so many problems early on in my journey to getting this run done. So I'm going to take these guys out in a very, very specific way, so there's not a whole lot to talk to with just the regular Court of Owls guys. Just take them out the way that I do here, and I'll chime back in once we get all the Talons coming up. Okay, so as we override this first control section, we're going to get Talons that are going to spawn in. Should be 3 of them, if I remember correctly. And as you can see right there, I was going to mention it, but it happened. These are the upgraded ones that can throw knives at you, and they will. So we're just going to go through and do the same thing that we've been doing. So I CC'd them, and then I went back through them in the order or I tried to go back through them in the order that I fought them and CC'd them originally. So that takes out that, and we're going to do the same thing with the second set. We're going to have the exact same situation, we'll do the exact same thing. So something that I didn't make mention of earlier is that you can kind of see the ice mist coming out of these like jets on the wall. That is meant to keep you in bounds. If you touch that, you do take damage from it. So that's something that you do want to avoid, and that's why I kind of hang out around the control area. So as we hit the final control, we are going to get 2 gladiators that come in. And you'll see that the way that I mentioned earlier, the best way to fight these guys is what I end up doing here. It's a very slow, patient, methodical strategy. It's just freezing them, and then once I freeze them, doing one heavy melee attack on them, and then rinsing and repeating that over and over and over. So not a whole lot to talk to other than that. That's what you're going to see here. So I'll let this play out, and I'll chime back in our next combat section. So something that I didn't mention, I kind of glossed over the first time. So if you look at that enemy, he's what he's doing is he's trying to heal himself. There are 2 ways on Batgirl that I found to interrupt and deal with that are very effective. So the first one is what I did there. I did the hammer punch attack or whatever it's called. The second one is just to simply throw batarangs and freeze them. Both are fine, it doesn't really matter. Arguably, throwing batarangs to freeze them is the better option because you're not locked into an animation you can't cancel. You can cancel it. It's just easier to cancel throwing a batarang than doing that ability. But arguably, that's the better method, and I think that's what I normally do. I'm not exactly sure what was in my head there that I wanted to punch him, but... Do I do it here too? Yeah, punch him. Okay, whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I kind of glossed over it with the very first gladiator that we fought.
That was a close one.
Batgirl. Received a call from Detective Montoya. She says she needs to speak with you about an arrest warrant.
Got it. Thanks, Belfry. Please tell me this is good news.
I've got enough evidence to lock Kane up for years. It's the warrant that's the problem.
What's the holdup?
I've been to see every judge I know, and no one will sign it. They're scared.
People don't have to know about the court to know not to cross Jacob Kane. Have you tried Judge Moreno? She's never hesitated to go after Gotham's rich and powerful.
Elena was one of the first names on my list. But I guess things got bad over that whole Chelsea tunnel case. She's gone into hiding.
And she must have a reason. I'll ask around, see what I can find out. If we can help her, maybe she'll return the favor.
Get that warrant signed, and you know I'll serve it.
Alright, so what we have to do now is we have to find out where Judge Moreno is. So what we're going to do is we have to go find the mobs, we have to find regulators, we have to find freaks, we have to interrogate them to progress the story forward. These guys are never, like, the crimes that I'm looking for are never in the same place. So, for example, I went there, that one had GCPD, like corrupt police officers, okay, I can't use that one. This one I see, okay, there's a mob, people here. I want to make sure that they're basic. I want basic enemies. I don't want grenadiers. I don't want mob mothers, if I can help it. So what I choose to do is go around until I find something simple. This is about as simple as it gets. So we'll take these guys out, we'll interrogate, and then we'll move down south to where the regulators populate, and we'll find one for them.
looking for Judge Elena Moreno. Tell me where she is.
Look, we're not crazy enough to cross the people who want Moreno dead, okay? But the regulators, oh, now they have been bragging about a big protection job.
Belfry, seems like Moreno asked the mob for protection and they said no. She might have gone to the regulators.
Good work. Hopefully we'll find Moreno soon.
Alright, so as I'm looking at it, you know, I can see, alright, we've got like a drug deal or something going on. This is freaks. I don't want to fight more enemies than I need to. And there's no guarantee necessarily that the one with information would be a regulator. It could be a freak there, so I just choose to leave and go find a better one. Alright, so after scanning these, I see we got two basic guys, we got a shocker, so I decide I'm going to drop them the first weak one, and then I want to get out of this area to fight the shocker. I don't want to be in that little tiny area. And then, yeah, I turn around and I realize that the shocker's feared, he's running away. So I was like, oh, that's nice, that's easy. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to freeze this guy. And then we can just run in and grab him because he's frozen. I don't have to get him down to low health. And then we can interrogate him and move on.
I need to find Judge Moreno. Start talking.
Listen, I heard there was a deal to protect her, but I don't know the details.
Appreciated. Belfry, nothing on Moreno. The regulators sold the freaks some security tech, though.
Freaks buying actual gear? What's the world coming to?
Okay, so I found a pretty decent freak crime. It's very similar to that very first mob one. So I'm just going to handle it in the same way. We're going to take down everybody quietly, and then we'll interrogate that one. That'll give us the position for Moreno, which is really close by, and then we'll just go, and I'll chime back in once we get there.
Sweet dreams. I know you have something to do with the disappearance of Judge Moreno. Start talking.
Oh, yeah. I heard that all we gotta do is keep her safe from those guys in the bird masks. Easy.
Belfry, we have confirmation. Moreno is paying the freaks for protection. Headed there now.
Good to know. Be careful out there.
Alright, so I always approach this section on the rooftop, and I drop down and just loud take out one of these guys because there's really no way to do this quietly and not burn through door percentage, because what's going to happen here is we're going to end up getting talons, we're going to end up getting gladiators, and I don't want to deal with them beating the door down too long. You'll see why in a second. It's actually a really cool technique I'm excited to share with you guys. So what I'm doing here is I just want to get these guys all taken out as quickly as possible. And then I want to leave as much door percentage as possible on the door for the Talon Gladiator.
You messed with the wrong people.
Let's step in.
You can see that Gladiator's beating on it, and it's just dropping in percentage. It drops so fast. God, I was so lucky that I got that Bat Swarm off, because I was so close to taking the gunshot. Okay, so once you and this goes for any instance where someone's beating on a door or they're hacking a terminal or whatever. If there is only one enemy available to do it, as long as you get far enough away from them, they will do it. And so you can use that break in the AI system where the AI drops combat from you, turns around and runs, to do damage to them, to put an elemental status on them. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm using the AI system against itself to basically get free damage on him and keep him in this infinite loop where I get to freeze him, hit him, freeze him, hit him, and he doesn't really get to beat on the door. However, you want as much door percentage as you can get in case he does hit the door. In case you don't get the attacks off fast enough or whatever, and he does hit the door. So you want to keep that percentage high, which goes back to what I mentioned earlier about dropping into the area and just going straight in and not letting them beat on the door.
They are real. You can help us stop them. I have a warrant to arrest their leader.
I'll sign it. People like that can't be allowed to terrorize this city.
Glad to have you on board. Want to call someone to come get you?
Someone's already on their way. I knew the freaks couldn't keep this up, so I called a friend. Thank you. And good luck, Batgirl.
Alfred?
Is the blindfold really necessary?
There's new stuff on the board.
Animal sightings and violent attacks across Gotham.
Here we go. Everyone ready?
I got the drones.
Alright, so Kane Industries, man. Kane Industries is a pain in the ass. Oh my lord. So, the way that you're supposed to go and climb this tower. I don't know how the developers intend for you to do it, but obviously this was much easier back when you had the infinite glide you could do with Batgirl, because you could just glide all the way up. Now, since I can't do that, this was the easiest way that I found to do it. And specific to the 5 enemies that are up here, I found that the easiest way to get through this without them attacking me was to ledge take them down. And the reason for that is because a regular stealth takedown is a very long drawn out animation. However, a ledge takedown is very, very quick. And you can do a ledge takedown on every single one of these guys. So that's why I choose to do it here. I also want to add, and apparently the developers did not take into considerations Batman's rule of not killing, because I've thrown 2 guards over the side of a ridiculously high skyscraper building. And they're definitely dead. So I don't know, that just always made me chuckle whenever I did this strategy, because I was like, dude, she is so absolutely killing people right now. But anyways, that's how you get through that section, and then we'll move on to all the insaneness that's inside Kane Industries.
how did Kane even get authorization to install anti-aircraft guns in Gotham?
Our intel shows that Kane uses proprietary armor to protect what needs protecting in there. Only his own tech will cut through it.
You'll need a laser cutter. Kane keeps one in the munitions storage area.
This is probably powerful enough to cut through that armor. It looks like it came straight out of an 80s sci-fi movie.
I am a laser drill, serial number KD847 prototype.
Wait, it can talk.
Warning, this prototype is single use only.
I only get one shot then. I can work with that.
Okay, so immediately after we grab the drill, we need to go ahead and grapple back up to the high ground here. And then I'm going to immediately move over to the other side of this platform, and I'm going to stage ready to take out one of the guards that's coming in. So there are going to be 4 guards that come in, and they are going to pass in the same way every single time. This is such a consistent strategy that if you're looking for a strategy here, to get through the bonus objective and not be detected, I highly suggest trying this one. But we're just going to wait here as this guy comes into range. We're going to take him out. Once he's taken out, we're going to grapple back up, move back over to the other side towards where the drill was that we picked up, and we're going to take out the next guy. So as we take out this guy, the guy by the door is going to start pathing towards us. So we're going to go all the way around. We're going to climb up onto this section. And then I'm going to move forward, and we're going to take this guy out as well. And as soon as this guy's out, we're just going to run forward and loud take down this guy because it doesn't matter now. No one else is around to hear it. And that'll give us the key card, and for those trying to do the bonus objective, and then we can move on.
Unless you bring it to the security station.
I'm done. Let's see what Kane's hiding up here. Kane is not messing around with security.
You should see it out here.
Alright, so as you can see up ahead, we've got a lot of enemies to deal with. We are not going to actually fight these guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to aggro them with some damage, pull them into alert with me, and I'm going to run all the way back up to where we were earlier. We're going to immediately break to the right, we're going to climb up, and we're going to use this right section of the wall as cover. And essentially what's going to happen, or what's happening right now, is none of the enemies can see me. For whatever reason, whenever you climb up this section, the enemy AI is like stupid to you. They can't see me up here. So what will happen is one at a time, an enemy will filter in, and then we're just going to kill it. I'm going to briefly pause, see if another enemy filters. If none of the enemies are moving, then what we'll do is we'll drop down, see if they move, and then if none of them move, I'll move forward and start throwing batarangs. Batarangs are loud, right? So they'll be alerted again. And then someone will pull, eventually, someone will run up into this area. And all I have to do is just kind of move down, move back up, move down, move back up until I see them coming in. And I would say 90+% of the time, you're only ever going to get one enemy that walks in here. It's very rare. It does happen. But it's very rare that you get more than one that populate this space at the same time. So that's all we're going to do for these enemies. After we take out one more, there will be quite a few more that spawn in. I think it's 4 more, if I remember correctly, that spawn in. So we're going to take out 8 of the 10 total that we have to take out from this position, and then I'll chime back in on the last 2 when we get to them.
Just give yourself up.
she got away.
In the scene! We can't let anyone down.
You're under arrest. She's back. Where'd she go? Track her down.
Batgirl's trying to flee the city.
Batgirl's getting away.
I can't find Batgirl!
We need to find her. Chase her. Back up.
No more running! You better not keep running! Where could she have gone?
Batgirl's here again. I've still got a job to do.
She's on the run!
I've got this.
You better not keep running!
No, you don't.
Afraid to face me? Come and fight me.
Okay, so now that all of those are defeated, we're gonna head down the stairs. And if I remember correctly, yeah. So this is very, very, very rare, where you get one of them that just like stays on the stairs. What they should be doing, or what this guy should be doing, is going back. He should have already been back a long time ago. It's not a big deal if he's on the stairs. It's what I should have done there was just stealth take him down. I don't know why the hell I didn't do that. I think I attempted to, and it just threw the batarang, which happens sometimes. But what happens is these last two enemies just are dumb. Like, if you attack them from this range, they will never be able to attack you. So what I would normally do is, if there were two of them, is I would line of sight the one I just fought with the pillar that he was beside, kill the first one, and then kill that second one in the manner that I just showed you.
If they do, you'll have to reset the system at the security console. That's Kane's office. According to the blueprints, the private elevator to his bunker should be in there.
Something's off. This doesn't match the blueprints at all. There's the rest of the office.
Alright, so for this section, we're going to have to fight an absolute ridiculous amount of enemies. There really isn't anything I can talk to here. There's no special strategy. There's no cheesy thing you can do.
This is armor 2.
This is literally just how good are you at this game and understanding the combat system. So that's what you're going to see here.
Okay.
What I will say is you want to prioritize the guys with guns, getting them defeated as quickly as possible. That way you don't have to worry about dodging ranged attacks. Aside from that, sit back, watch, enjoy, because this section's a pain in the ass, and the ironic thing is that the bonus objective is to avoid taking damage here, so enjoy.
Resuming work.
Take her out! Batgirl's here!
Trying to get around! Surround her! We can't let the vigilantes win. I've got line of sight.
No! Ow! They got us in a corner. Firing! Stand clear! Oh, great!
They're making us look like rookies!
This is bad. We gotta regroup.
Shit, what's happening? Impossible! I don't like these odds.
Last we knew, Kane went into the elevator. You need to get in there as soon as you have access.
Okay, so as we enter into this section, there are quite a few enemies here. However, our objective is not through all of these enemies. So we only have to take out a few enemies, and then we'll be able to get to the door that we need to get to the next section. So this area is very, very consistent, very repeatable. So follow exactly what I do here, and you'll have no issue getting through this section and getting to that door to proceed.
We have to stop them before they get to Colonel Kane.
Alright, so for this room, this one's really difficult. It's really difficult to pull off the bonus objective in this one. However, what you want to do is you want to wait for this guard to pass back towards the center of the SUV before you silently take him out. Once these guards stop moving to my right, I'm going to go over this and then drop down. Again, remember when you drop down, you have to crouch again because the game is weird like that. So we're going to take this guy out, and for whatever reason, that guy never sees you. So we're going to sneak up on him. We'll take him out while the last guy moves forward. And then once we get this guy taken out, we'll run forward and we'll loud take out this guy because there's no one around to hear it. And luckily with Batgirl's skills, none of these lasers, turrets, all that stuff sees us, so I don't have to worry about it. And that's how you take that room with no damage, you know, I guess, while remaining undetected for the bonus if you're trying to do that.
Down we go. Belfry, my keycard won't let me access this inclinator. Is there anything you can do?
We've got a whole list of remote commands here. I'll try the one that says inclinator.
Alright, so this is another very, very difficult section. And it's only difficult because of how small the area is that you have to work with. So we're going to have a bunch of Kane security personnel come into this area. They're going to come right through where I'm looking. And so what I want to do is I want to be close enough because I can hit them and do damage before they come in. Once in a blue moon, you'll get it where you're able to freeze like the majority of them. That time it didn't work, but you know, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Getting free damage is never a bad thing, so. But these guys are fairly weak. They're very, very simple to fight. Just, again, prioritize the ranged enemies. And then, you know, get everyone else beaten down, and then you can move on to the hard stuff, which is fighting the Talons that are about to come into this small little area.
Kane security team?
So I always move back to the right over here, which arguably is not a good place to be because one spawns like literally right on your toes. But I find that like staying over there and then moving to the other side kind of delays their attack. And gives me the ability to kind of manage them a little bit better. It's kind of hard to explain. You have to like practice this area multiple times to really understand the nuance of it, but that was just my experience. And so once we get done with this last one, we're going to get more that spawn in. And again, there's no, you know, like secret strategy here. It's literally just understanding the game mechanics and knowing how to play these things. Same as every other time that we fought them so far. So what I was trying to do is get all these guys frozen. And the reason I had to angle my camera like this is because I fucked up and allowed them to surround me. So I moved back to a position where they're mostly in front of me, where I have full visibility, control the fight, and then we finish them off. And as soon as we finish this last one off, the elevator will stop, and we'll have more we have to fight. Luckily, though, the area gets a little bit bigger. So what's going to be up ahead is we're going to have 2 Talons, we're going to have 1 Gladiator, and what I want to do is I want to try and get the Gladiator frozen before the Talons reach me. That way I can just deal with them with basic, like, impunity. Like, I should be able to get both of these guys dead if done properly before the Talon even gets to me, which is exactly what happened. So that was beautiful execution of that strategy. And now that we just have the Talon, we're just, or the Gladiator, we're just gonna fight him the way I fought in every one of these. Prioritize freezing him. Once he's frozen, we'll do the heavy attack. We'll rinse and repeat that until he's dead.
Only death awaits you.
Was Talons.
I'm fine, but Kane must be desperate. I don't think he'd send so many Talons otherwise.
If he's desperate, he'll only be more dangerous.
Alright, so for this room, there's not a whole lot for me to really explain. This is another be very patient type scenario, where we're going to use the environment to kill or do as much damage as possible before we actually engage. I will say this, what happens here is not always consistent. So being able to kill as many of these enemies as I do with the barrels is not always going to happen for you. Sometimes you'll get it where the barrel will explode and they'll just have like a sliver of health left. which is fine. It doesn't really matter because if you do have to drop on the ground and engage them, they have so little health, you hit them once or twice and they're done. So, yeah, what I would say is just be very patient, do what I do here, and that's really the best advice I can give you.
I will find you. Just you wait.
One of ours is down. Oh.
You won't get away with this. I know you're there.
Do the right thing and give yourself up.
Huh? What's that? Ah!
This must be where they control the power from. And this bunker uses a lot of it.
Maybe cut the power?
If I do that, I'll be trapped. I'll find a way through instead. This reactor is wild. There's fire and toxic gas everywhere. No way through. Unless...
So nothing really for me to talk to in this section. I do want to just, you know, mention, if it's not obvious, why I have the camera angled the way that I do. If you touch the flames here, you will take damage. So if you've got the camera directly behind Batgirl, it can be a little hard to see that depth of field, you know, how close she is to the stream of fire. So that's why I cant the camera sideways, just to make sure that I'm never too close and accidentally walk into it. It never happened in my attempts where I lost a run because I accidentally walked into one of these fucking flame streams, but that would suck if that happened. So just angle your camera and we'll have to worry about it.
Belfry, I found a court hideout. I'll see if I can find something useful. Is anyone still there?
All this trouble. This is Gotham's
Cut off again.
Can't they see that?
Alright, so this section is a bit of a pain. So we have multiple enemies here. Pretty much all of the enemies in this room, I think there are 6, yeah there's 6, it's at the top left, will be very consistent, and you can take them out in the exact order, in the exact manner that I'm doing right now. However, after this, you are going to get, it'll happen 2 times, where you'll get 2 Court of Owls members and 1 Talon that will spawn into the area. The way that I choose to handle that is from a stealth perspective first. If for whatever reason I can't do it stealthfully, then I prioritize the Talon, then the ranged Court of Owls member, and then the melee Court of Owls member. And they'll always populate in that formula. So there will be a Talon, a ranged guy, and a melee guy. So there's really nothing for me to talk to here. If I remember correctly, this takes me quite a while to get through, because I was playing it super safe. I want to say before I got this run, like 2 or 3 runs prior to this one, I lost it right here because I was reckless and I was trying to be too fast. And I told myself when I got back here, that was not going to fucking happen again. I didn't care how long it was going to take me. This is not a speed run. This is about precision, accuracy, and being patient. And so that's what I decided to do. So this area will take a little bit, but you'll see that in effect when we get these last 3 guards down. But that's all I'll say on that. There's really nothing else to talk to here.
Show your face!
She's one of ours. Don't get comfortable.
We have a court member down.
Don't be a coward. It couldn't have been done. She's a court member. Keep your wits about you. Someone's out there.
That's unusual.
What the hell?
Belfry, please respond.
You're on your own now. Down here, nothing gets in or out unless I say so.
So what? You wanted me to get this far? This armor's everywhere. And now I don't have a laser to get through it. Crane controls. Shouldn't be too difficult. Wonder if any of Kane's toys can help me get through that door.
You're finished.
Is this your best backer? You can't win against me.
These must control the platform. Yeah, That's not gonna happen.
You won't get away with this! Heaven help you once I find you! You're digging your own grave! You'll regret it when I find you! You're digging your own grave! Show your face!
Must fire the laser. Let's do this.
Firing weapons system.
Stop! Of course.
Alright, the Hallway of Doom, which because we're Batgirl, literally doesn't matter. Oh, that's such a great, great benefit to playing Batgirl. Okay, so for this next section, we're going to have 2 new enemies to deal with. These are Hunter Talons, and they are a pain in the ass. So that move that just happened right there is the reason why they're so difficult. And what I found out from all my testing was that if you hit the dodge button the moment that attack begins, where you see the red circle, so the moment you see the red circle, you will take damage 100% of the time. There's nothing you can do about that. You will absolutely take damage. What that means is that when that attack starts, you'll see that like the Hunter Talon does this thing right there where she like goes down on one knee with her leg all the way out. When that happens, you basically have to start your dodge then. So you have to start the dodge when the animation starts, not when the red circle appears. And that took me quite a while to figure out. And again, is an issue that I have with the combat system. If you're going to expect your player to need to learn to do that, you need to put the circle when that attack starts. Because then the player is dodging. You know, you've taught the player the entire time, dodge when you see this red circle or white circle. And when they do that, they're going to be unsuccessful every time. And they're not going to understand why. So I think that's an issue from the developer side. Whoever was the combat lead on this need to hire a challenge runner, because I would not let them get away with that without bringing it up. Anyways, that's all I'll say on those guys. But for Hunter Talons, you want to keep your distance, freeze them as I was doing. You don't want to go into melee range with them ever. And they do try to heal themselves. You might have seen that whenever they try and do that. Just freeze them. It'll stop the heal. And that's pretty much how you get through that. And in fact, I want to say that's the only Hunter Talons you'll fight in the game, in the main story. I might be wrong about that, but I'm almost certain that's the case.
She's fast, but I'm still in pursuit.
Keep on her. There are only so many rooftops.
Belfry, I think she's going to Wayne Tower.
Alright, so we're going to have 4 League of Shadows ninjas here, and as soon as we come out of the cutscene, we're just going to smoke bomb and grapple out of here. What I need to do now is I need to go over to fire, specifically ranged. Melee doesn't matter. We will not engage these guys in melee combat. So I'm going to put on fire battering, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to hold this high ground, and we're going to throw batterings at them. Can you fight, or I guess in this instance, can I... Am I good enough at the combat to fight 4 of these guys on the ground without doing this? Yes. However, why? Because of the tight timing with the dodge, if I don't have to fight a ninja, if I don't have to fight a Talon, I'm not fucking fighting them. That's just the way these type of runs go. So I'm happy to sit up here and cheese this fucking mechanic all day long to get past these guys without taking damage. So that's what we're gonna do. What I will note here is that if at any point I can't do damage to them, which you'll see that like that one that I was originally on, I couldn't. If I can't do damage to them and they reset, they kind of path back to search for me, there is the possibility that they could try to attack me. What that looks like is they throw throwing knives at you. Very similar to any of the other times I was on a rooftop. You just want to be looking for that, and as you see the animation start, generally what they'll do is they'll jump in the air to throw it at you. You just want to back away from the ledge. So very, very simple, very readable. You don't need to worry about it too much, but just make sure that you're watching for it, and as it happens, you'll see right there he jumped up. I saw that he was jumping up and I backed up. They'll always throw 2 daggers. So you know, whenever you see that happening, just back up for 1, 2 daggers, and then you can go back forward. And that's pretty much it. So we'll wait for this next guy to come out of the shadows. Then we'll attack him, get him defeated, and then we'll move on.
Activity on the police scanner is dying down. Come back to the Belfry when you're ready.
There's new info on the board.
Alright, so what we have to do now is we have to go save our friends, basically, from the League of Shadows. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to head over to Montoya first. And funny enough, this is the easier of the 2 that we have to do. Essentially what this is going to turn into is very much the same as the last 4 ninjas that we just fought.
Don't worry, Montoya.
I'm basically going to take the high ground here. We're going to throw batarangs at them until they're all dead, and then we'll move on. So nothing else for me to talk to here. The only thing I will note is 90-ish% of the time, these guys are not going to see you. So whereas the ninjas earlier were only engaged in combat with you, you had to worry about them throwing daggers at you. Here, you generally don't have to worry about that. Because they are auto-locked onto these police officers to kill them, that's the objective of this mission, right? For them, anyways. They will always be locked onto the police officers, so you don't have to worry about that. So you can just, you know, throw batarangs with impunity for the most part. I still always stay kind of back. Just in case, I don't know, maybe the game bugs or something, but I've never actually seen it happen here, so I don't want to say always because maybe it could happen, but I've never seen it, so just throw batarangs at these guys until they're dead. Once these 2 are dead, drop down on the ledge, the other 2 are right down on the ground level. You'll do the same thing with them, and then we'll move on, and I'll chime back in once we get there.
are really something special. Thanks.
Just remember that we're on the same side.
You're my daughter's favorite vigilante, Batgirl.
Alright, so we're almost over to where Lucious Fox is at, and surprise, surprise, this is going to be more of the same. Where we stay on a high ground and we throw batarangs at people, because fuck being on the ground fighting these guys if I don't have to. So a couple things to note here. Wherever the percentage number is ultimately where the enemies will go to populate once there's one of them left. So what you want to do on this high ground, and actually he's already running over there, so we're going to transfer over to this high ground. And this is the preferred high ground for this strategy anyways. This is the better place to be because it's safer and it's closer to the enemy. But basically you've seen the whole strategy. It's either this building rooftop or the other building rooftop, and which rooftop you step foot on is determined by where the percentage marker is at. Is it on this terminal or is it on the other one? So that's the strategy. Again, I know it's cheesy, I know it's slow, I know it's boring, but if you don't have to take the risk of damage, how far are we into this run? Almost 4 hours? Why do it? So here we are. So I'll leave you guys with that. This will be how we finish out this mission, and then we'll move on.
There's more of them. Let's do this. More bad guys to deal with. There's more of them. Let's do this.
With our allies out of harm's way,
New data was added to the board.
I just heard from Jada Tompkins. The League made an attempt on her life, but she was able to fend them off.
That's a relief. Thanks for letting me know. Belfry, approaching Arkham.
Received. Keep us updated.
This place is a ruin. The League was here. Where did they go? This lab reminds me of Belfry. I got some tank here. It looks familiar.
That's some stuff Langstrom
How
was
could
working
Langstrom
on.
or Talia work in these conditions? Talia took Langstrom's method and ran with it using League volunteers. Subject showed increased strength. I wonder how strong. They were conducting sonic tests in the tower here. But why? Downloading the data now. Belfry, we've lost power here.
According to the blueprints, there's an emergency panel in the basement through an old maximum security wing.
Dad always hated coming here. Can't go that way.
Alright, so our first of 2 combat sections at Arkham Asylum. This one is fairly straightforward. It's fighting ninjas. Well, it's fighting the League, right? So you'll get 3 of the heavies that'll spawn in. You know, we'll deal with these the exact same way we did at the Orchid Hotel. Literally, there's no difference here. So just try and keep fire on all of them, because that'll keep them burning. And once all of these are defeated, we'll get the next wave of assassins that comes in, and then I'll chime back in. Alright, so we have a couple of assassins coming into the area, and these assassins are a bit upgraded, okay? In the sense that there is one extra attack that they can do that the others cannot. However, it doesn't matter. The rule still holds. The rule is when you see smoke, you dodge. That is it. And as long as you do that, you will be okay. So that's all I'll say about this for right now. And then I'll chime back in here soon for the next combat encounter. Alright, so I do want to chime back in here because the new attack I mentioned is right there. How that attack works is, and if you roll the video back you'll see this, but the game doesn't do a good job of explaining how that works. So what you see is you see this red reticle that comes on the ground, and then as you move it tracks you, which leads the player to think this move is going to track me, and it actually doesn't. Wherever you start, wherever you're standing when he first spawns in, that is 100% where he's dashing. He will never dash to where you relocate to. I always choose just to dodge out of the way of it. You could literally walk a little bit to the left or the right and you would be out of range of it. So I do want to point that out. We will see that attack quite a bit towards the end game. And I want you to understand how that works.
There must be a way up to the tower. Looks like they ran power cables up to the tower. I can reach the tower from down here. Oscilloscopes. I wonder where they found these. What were you doing up here, Talia? Changing the frequency might help explain what was going on here. That did it. They were using this to run sonic tests on the volunteers, to control them. That can't be good. The sound came from the lab.
Belfry here. We've run the data.
And it shows Talia found a Lazarus pit that she's been using to supercharge what Langstrom started?
Precisely, but where is the Lazarus pit?
Judging from the amount and time...
Alright, so it's time to fight the Man-Bat.
You don't know who you're messing with.
Man-Bat 1 of 5. Whoever the hell thought it was okay to put 5 Man-Bats in this game is out of their mind. Anyways, So this first man-bat is not an issue. This first man-bat is very easy to fight, very easy to deal with. You just have to learn what the abilities are, learn the timing on the dodging, and you'll be okay. And really your go-to strategy here should be to set him on fire. And then once he's set on fire, go in and melee the hell out of him. That's all I'm going to say about this first one.
New data was added to the vault.
So the pills were prescribed by some doctor no one's even heard of. Any other leads?
The website for the mysterious Dr. Q seems to have vanished, but we'll keep looking.
I haven't been able to find direct evidence of Harley being attached to this, but I know it's her. So what's her angle?
Is that not always the question with Dr. Quinzel?
Let me know when you find something, Alfred.
Of course.
Alright, so now that we're basically at the last mission of the game, what we need to do now is we need to go finish out all the case files to meet the all bosses objective of this run. So that means we've got quite a few things to do. So we're going to start off with Harley. And you'll see that I'm going to basically spec into Toxic for my melee weapon because the freaks are very weak to Toxic. And I'm going to spec into Ice for my ranged weapon. And that's going to come into play for the boss fights towards the end of all this stuff. So my strategy for this area, if I remember correctly, gets messed up. I go in too early on this first guy, which causes the bulldozer to see me. And so then I just kind of have to play it by ear and do the fight on this. So I'm not really going to talk to this that much since I kind of fucked it up. This is all improv combat now. But I'll chime back in once we get inside the building for the next instance of combat.
The freaks have the Monarch entirely locked down. No easy way in that I can see.
There might be an old...
Alright, so as we get to the top of this wall, we're going to run in and I'm just going to go you know, balls to the wall on these guys. We're not playing stealth. We're going in. We're just gonna beat the crap out of them. They're all basic enemies anyways, so it's not a big deal. As soon as we get done killing this last guy, I'm gonna go over hit the panel. That's gonna open the wall that's in front. Basically, I'm just gonna slide through this, and we're gonna go straight in on the next group of enemies. Alright, so that's those enemies. Now we're going to move over to the door, and I'm going to scan the crate from the door. Because as soon as this door opens, the enemies are going to be right here collected. If I remember correctly, I do this a little bit too early, but you can basically just do a heavy ranged attack. And what I want to do here, my objective, is to freeze all of them. I don't think I get that. I think I get close, yeah. So you can see we're just trying to get them in like this infinite loop. To where they're just CC'd and they can't get to me to do any damage. Is the point of that strategy.
Call if you find anything.
So as we head into this room, it's going to be more of the same. I'm not playing stealth. We're just going in and we're going to beat the crap out of them because all of these guys are just basic enemies. And then we'll move on.
We let our fears run us. Let our fears be the basis of us. Well, I say, screw it. Yes! Choose to be different. Choose to make choices. Choose to wreck.
Oh, and I think, I just remembered, I think this is the run, yeah, where I get this animation that like I've never gotten before. I saw that animation and I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. I was like, please let this be the run, because I've never seen that before. Me and my wife and my daughter were having dinner, and I even told them, like, dude, I saw this animation that I'd never seen before. It was so cool. Hashtag challenge runners. So for the enemies in this room, we're going to take all of them out with stealth minus the last one. This is another very consistent, very repeatable area. So this strategy will work for you 100% of the time, if you follow what I do here.
You can do whatever it is you want. You become the best you. The you never thought you could be.
The theater must be packed. Let's find out what's behind door number 1.
Alright, so for the boss gauntlet. So as you start to fight, you've got basically Basher, and you've got a Juicer. So you want to prioritize the Juicer. Using the Tonfa hammer, or whatever the hell it's called, it is number 4 on keyboard and mouse. Using that momentum ability is huge. For basically the bosses, the Juicers, all of them. Because it's going to auto-apply the toxic effect, which they are super weak to, and just does an unreal amount of damage to them. So my priority is basically keeping the Juicer either frozen or killing it outright, and then dealing with the boss. The boss is like an afterthought here. We don't care about the boss until he's the last one of up. And this boss is like literally no different from a bulldozer, from like any of those regular guys we've been fighting the whole game with shields. So the strategy that I use for him is very similar to the Talon Champion, or the Gladiators, I mean, where we're just going to freeze him and heavy melee him. And the reason that I choose to do that is because, as you've seen at certain breakpoints in his health, enemies spawn into the area. So there are enemies spawning like right now. And I don't want to be in a combo when that happens. I want to immediately be able to like react to it. because we haven't spoke about it because I haven't really fought any, but what the juicers do is they either heal enemies that are damaged or they revive enemies that have been knocked out. And I don't want to fucking deal with either of them. So I want to be able to aggress onto them and CC them up immediately or kill them outright immediately when they spawn. So I mean, at this point, there's nobody else that's going to spawn in. I want to, however, save as much momentum as possible for the final section of this fight. So this enemy gauntlet, as I called it, is a 3-phase fight. So phase 1 is you fight Basher. Phase 2 is you're going to fight Bruiser. And then phase 3 you're going to fight, or Blazer I mean, and then phase 3 you're going to fight both of them together. So for phase 2, which is what we're in now, there's literally nothing different here. We're going to prioritize in the exact same way. Basically everything else, Blazer is last. So we take everything else out on the board out, then we deal with Blazer. Now you will notice that I am doing melee on him. The reason I'm doing melee on him and I wasn't really doing it on Basher is because Basher has an extra layer that you have to get through, which is his fucking shield. Whereas Blazer, you don't. I can just hit him and nothing stops me from doing that. So I can get on him and try and build up that toxic effect. And it's very rare that I'm able to do enough damage on him to build it up. But if I do build it up, he will take a massive amount of damage, which is only good for me, so. Okay, so the door's just open. We got more enemies coming in.
I don't think you're ready for what I've made for you. If you are, you would be supported.
So I relocate around because I saw that Blazer was running in on me and I was kind of like in a corner, and I don't want to be in a corner against this guy. So you do have to be very cognizant of your surroundings, your positioning. When you're doing this fight, and really any fight in the game. Well, that just goes back to experience and understanding the fundamental game mechanics for Gotham Knights. Alright, so now that we're in phase 3, I'm going to immediately run to this bomb, because this will always be the first bomb that activates. Immediately after I deactivate this, we're going to get enemies spawning in this door, and then also the one behind me. Now the juicer is going to spawn directly behind me, and I need to be watching for that. So the door to my right is where that juicer is going to ultimately end up spawning from. After I kill all of these enemies. So I'm going to leave the last one frozen, that way I can run and get the bomb. And then we're going to turn to the left, look for the juicer, and the juicer is now my priority. And you'll notice at the top of the screen that we have both enemies available. Or not both enemies, sorry, both bosses are available for us to do damage to. So none of this stuff changes, except the priority of how you engage here. So the priority is juicer, anything else, so any other enemy type. Then we're going to prioritize Blazer, and then Basher. And the reason that I do, and obviously the bombs have to be prioritized over everything else. But the reason I prioritize in that way for the juicer is obvious. We don't want her healing the bosses. We don't want her resurrecting enemies I've already beat. The reason for the other regular enemies is because they're fucking annoying and we just need to get them off the board. The reason for Blazer is because I can hit him and he can't just block my attack, so it makes it really easy just to go in, do a hammer hit on him, or whatever that ability is called, and then he will be auto-applied. So right here he's auto-applied with poison. You can see it at the top right by his portrait. And so he's going to take damage from that over time. So it's just easier to hit him because we don't have to worry about his shield. And then we're going to go after Basher because he's the last one left. Now as you can see, as I'm doing this, I don't just run for bombs and de-arm bombs as soon as they're available. I don't do that. I only de-arm bombs when it's safe. And you'll see that that translates to sometimes I'll sit there and wait for one of the bosses to attack me before I do it. And that's just so I can't be hit while I'm activating it. Because again, like every other switch so far in this game, there's a brief moment where you can actually take damage because you can't do anything. Now what I messed up here was I prioritized defeating Blazer before the bomb, and that almost caught me. Had Basher been attacking me or somebody else been attacking me and I couldn't make it to the bomb, I would have died, run loss, start over from the very beginning of the game. So sticking to that priority list is very helpful, and I highly encourage you to do that to get through this as easily as possible. And what I'm trying to do right now is freeze him. He's just a pain in the ass to freeze because of that goddamn shield. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Let's just prioritize getting the bombs done. So we're gonna wait for him to attack, so I know it's safe to touch this bomb. And now we can go back. And ultimately, what if I remember correctly, what I end up doing here is I just end up using beatdown on him. Instead of freezing him, I just start beating him down because you'll see he gets a massive amount of damage from that ability, and then I can start freezing him while he's on the ground if I want to. But that's pretty much it. You know, that's the fight, guys. I'll let you finish watching the rest of it, and I'll see you on the next combat section.
Bring it on!
There's new information on the board.
I'm live on location at a sighting.
Harley needs to be stopped. She's preying on innocent people, and we still don't even know what she's aiming for.
It would seem to me that it's Dr. Q who's causing all this chaos, no?
That's what I said. Of course. If we take down Dr. Q's empire, Harley won't be able to hurt anyone else, no matter what she calls herself.
Sounds like a sensible plan to me.
Thank you, Alfred.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and change back to our fire loadout because we're about to go do Clayface. So just want to point that out so you understand why I'm doing this.
First muggings, now the docks. It doesn't make sense. What's Clayface planning?
Alright, so we're on the Clayface case file now. I actually messed this up.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out.
I was thinking about the second section after what I'm about to do, where I have to go to the top of the warehouse. And I was like, shit, Oh yeah, that's right.
Those are from Clayface. All right.
Luckily I remembered though. I didn't look like a total jackass. But yeah, don't fly around. There was no reason for me to fly around the building for those that were curious. I just forgot where I was going. Anyways, so once we get over here, all we need to do is take out the clay mimic. And so the way that I choose to do that is basically run in and do a loud takedown on him, because that loud takedown will finish him off, and all the other guys are going to run away anyways, and that'll pull us into this. And for this next section, there's nothing to talk to here. Just drive, follow Clayface, and I'll chime back in once we get to the sewer and the actual Clayface fight.
Underground.
To the sewers? That's a little on the nose.
That's not creepy at all.
Alright, so this is Clayface's first boss fight, and Clayface by far is the most difficult boss in this game. In every instance that we fight him. He makes like... it's almost like the developers were like, let's make a challenging boss fight. Let's make one with just like a bunch of shit. And then with all the other boss fights, it's like just kiddie mode. Like it's elementary. Anyways, what I'm doing here for this boss fight is, obviously we have 3 Clayfaces in front of us. They all share the same health pool. What we have to do is we have to burn them all down together. So if I just focus on one and I defeat him, then what will happen is the other Clayfaces will resurrect him, he'll get all of his health back, and then we'll be back at square one. And that's obviously not ideal. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to burn them relatively close together as possible, to keep their health pools as close together as possible. Once that happens, then I'm just going to burn them all together, and they should all go down at relatively the same amount of time. This does take a lot of practice to get right and to learn how to do right. The other thing I'll note is you do not want to be within melee striking range of any of these Clayfaces. Their attacks are kind of a pain in the ass to dodge when they do their melee attacks, so just stay ranged. And do not use any momentum abilities. You want full momentum going into this next phase of the fight. So when you go into phase 2, you want all of it available. So you'll see we beat the first one back there. The second one's about to go down. And there's the third one. So as we go into this second part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop my my bats. And I did it at the wrong time. I should have dodged the attack first and then popped the bat swarm. But you'll see that I'm burning through the Clayfaces right now. I mean, I am absolutely destroying them. Which is what I want to do. And again, this ability lasts for 15 seconds. And this will allow me to get a lot of the little ones down and get the health pools, if done properly, of the 3 Clayfaces down to the point where they'll be defeated. And then when they're all laying on the ground, I just have to clean up the little mimics or whatever these things are. At that time, they are going to respawn again. So what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to do the exact same tactic. We're going to pop Bat Swarm, and we're going to go full into these guys again. And also again, I messed up, and I should have waited for the dodge, because this is the second time now that I lost momentum on these attacks because I was stunned. My Clayface grabbed my feet. So you can see I wasn't able to get as much progression as I was the first time on the 3 Clayfaces because of that. So what I'm focusing on now is I'm focusing on building up momentum so that I can use Bat Swarm again. Bat Swarm requires 2 bars of momentum, so that's what I'm doing. Also, you can see in this phase 2 that the little clay mimics or whatever, when they get to around 20% HP, 15% HP, they basically detonate, so you need to not be within melee range of them when you see that red circle. But yeah, all I'm doing is I'm just building up, and I know that the keyboard and mouse overlay is kind of blocking it. You can kind of see it though. But I'm just waiting until I get enough momentum for that second bar, and then we're going to pop Bat Swarm, and then I'll finish these guys off, and that'll be the end of the fight. So this is a very, very difficult fight. I don't want to toot my own horn and say that I make it look easy here, but there was a lot of growing pains on this fight. Like, coming up with a strategy that was ideal to get past this as quickly as possible and in a safe way.
The evidence board has been updated.
Shit, where'd you come from? Commissioner King's been calling me non-stop. The whole city's out of water. She wants this fixed ASAP.
Then I better get going. Any citizens still inside?
Most of the night crew left after they saw mud going up the pipes, but some are still evacuating. You should have the place to yourself soon enough.
Lucky me.
Better you than me. Now get going, before my backup gets here.
Alright, so we're getting into our final Clayface boss fight. There will be 3 phases to this fight.
No sign of Clayface yet.
First phase is very, very, very simple. So what's going to happen here is he's really only going to do like 3 attacks. So anytime he goes to grab us with his left arm as you're looking at him, we're just going to dodge to the right. Anytime he does that big swipe, we're just going to run around him. We're literally just not going to stay there. And we're going to prioritize doing range damage to him. The reason range damage is good is you can see this is kind of mud that's like under his feet. Like right there, you can see it. And so what happens is after, you know, a second or so, spikes pop up from it. So if you're in melee range of him, you're just going to take damage. So it's much better for you to just stay distance from him the entire time. So that's phase 1. For phase 2, you're on the bat cycle. This entire bat cycle sequence boils down to memorization. Memorizing how to get through this. That's literally all I'm going to say about it, because there's no other strategy for this other than knowing exactly what's coming and where your bat cycle needs to be to avoid it. And that's it. So I'll chime back in on the next part of the Clayface fight. Alright, so this is phase 2 for Clayface, and this fight can basically be equated into dodge backwards, is basically what this fight is. Anytime that Clayface like jumps at you to attack, you basically just dodge flip backwards. There is a slightly better way of doing this fight, where you stay in melee range the entire time. I chose not to do that. Just because if you can get him into a cycle where he's doing this right now, where he kind of throws his arms into the ground, and right here where he pulls up just like the little mud puddles, you can sometimes get him into an infinite loop of doing that, and then you'll just like never be in danger. So you'll just fight him from range and never be in danger. Now one of the rules on this fight is do not use momentum. I want to save momentum for the final fight, or the final phase, because Clayface final phase is the hardest phase in the Clayface fight. And using the strategy that I've developed for it, we can burn through him in 2 abilities, if done properly. So you want full momentum to be able to do that. Alright, so as we transition into the final phase, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use my drone, which I haven't done this entire game. Reason for that is the drone grants you damage immunity, and that first attack can be kind of a pain in the ass to avoid, so I just choose to use the drone to avoid the damage. And then what I need to do is I need to get into a position where I'm able to use the Marauder Rings. So I just need a second to where I can pull that ability off, and then we're just going to wait. If done properly, the Marauder Rings, just using 2 of them, will burn him down. So I'm going to wait for him to give me an opening right here. We're going to use it, and now all I have to do is avoid his attacks. And I almost get hit. God damn, that was scary. I remember that. I remember that. And that's the fight. 2 Marauder rings, and he's defeated. But I will say that that final phase there is legitimately the hardest boss fight in the entire game. As far as not taking damage. The timing on that stuff is very, very difficult. And you might have noticed that I kind of glossed over it. I didn't mention it, but I accidentally, when I was trying to hit number 2 on the keyboard to bring in the drone, or I think it was number 2. Whatever. I was trying to hit a button. And I accidentally hit the photo mode. And if I wouldn't have backed out of that quickly and realized what was happening, I would have gotten hit. So that was good. Anyways, we are on to Freeze now. He's our last boss we have to defeat. Well, I guess technically we have to fight Harley still. But anyways, we have some stuff we have to do. So right now we're trying to get into Quartz Labs. And we have to get through all these enemies. So what you're going to see here is 100% repeatable. Do what I do here and you won't have any issue. You just have to understand the timing on all this stuff and understand how these enemies are going to path. But aside from that, this is what I suggest doing. We're basically going to take everyone out except for 3. And then I'm going to cross over and start throwing batarangs at the rest of the guys. And that'll pretty much be it.
Regulators are probably inside. Time to find out what they're after. I can't let them see me.
Alright, so as we come out of the vent here, this is another repeat of a second ago. This strategy here is very repeatable. It will always happen the same way as long as you're fast enough. So if you're doing this section, take these enemies out just as I am here, and you won't have any issue. That is all I'll say on that.
Nap time.
We have to find whoever's doing this! We need to find whoever's fighting on us. Too scared to fight face to face, huh? Show yourself, I know what you're doing.
You deserve a break.
Bring off here.
Alright, so the only enemy we have left now is the Drone Master, so we want to leave her for last for obvious reasons. And so basically we're just going to do a stealth strike on her, we'll do the hammer hit on her, and then that's it. She's done. We're going to open the door, we're going to go in, well, right after we open the door, we're going to go straight up into the air because we're going to get 2 shockers that come out. What I want to do here is I want to hit one of these shockers from the back with a heavy attack, if possible. That's just to get the burn on them. And then we're just going to full focus on them while watching and maintaining eye contact on the second one for attacks like that. So once the first one's dead, then we can kind of just deal with the second one like we normally would, kind of, you know, bat claw pull into him, keep him on fire and stuff like that. After this, we'll it's just investigation and dialogue, and then we'll head back to the Belfry.
This lab must have been pretty important. The ID card on this body says Dr. Theodore Upshot, head of cryogenic research.
Victor did what he did.
Another scientist dead. What are you playing at, Freeze? Bet that failsafe is still here somewhere. Belfry, looks like the scientist who built Freeze's machine also built a disruptor. Think this might be what we need to take him down. I'm bringing it in.
Good work. We'll wait for you back at the Belfry.
New data was added to the board.
I'm live on location.
Did you find anything else about Mr. Freeze at Quartz Labs?
No, but at least we have the disruptor. I don't know what Freeze is planning, but he was willing to kill Dr. Upshot to keep it a secret.
If we could track down what Freeze took from the lab, it would give us a better idea of what we're dealing with.
Alright, so the Elliot Center, this is our final, well, I guess it's not really our final, it's the second to last part of the Freeze case file. There's a lot here. There's a lot here, specifically these enemies here that we have to fight. So there's 8 enemies here, and there's really no good way to do this. I figured there would be, given the bonus objective to perform ambush takedowns. But really, no matter what you do, these guys are going to aggro onto you. So the best way that I found was to mark them so that I know where they all are. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to head back. I remember that. That was annoying. It was like I literally was not on that at all, but okay. So we're going to head back, and I'm basically going to jump down and attack this guy. With like a loud takedown. And then I'm going to run basically towards my left. I'm going to be moving towards my left. In an effort to line of sight the remaining enemies that haven't got over here yet. And then they're going to just drop combat. And then they're going to be like, oh, we don't know where she's at. Then I'm going to go back up and I'm going to engage on that section of the area. So this area is split into basically 2 sections, left and right. We just cleared out the right section. Now we're going to go clear out the left section. And I'm going to do this in much the same fashion. We're going to go loud on this first guy. And then I'm just going to go and fight these guys, you know, in whatever way makes sense. So luckily 2 of them got feared. That was great RNG, because that usually doesn't happen. But that was really cool. And really unexpected.
Returning fire. All clear for now.
The storm is getting worse. I recommend you find a way inside Elliot.
So once we get through this hole, there's going to be 2 enemies in front of me. You don't actually have to engage either of these enemies. You can just go right by them and grapple up. For whatever reason, I kind of like was on autopilot here and not using my brain and spaced on that. So I end up killing one of them, and then I was like, oh shit, why am I doing this? I can just grapple up to my right. So you'll see that I looked up and I was like, oh yeah, fuck. So I grapple up here and then bypass this. Once we get through this tunnel, we're going to have quite a few more enemies. Now what I messed up here was I went too early. before you come out of that tunnel, you need to make sure that no one is looking this direction. Because if you do that properly, there's a vantage point you can grapple up to. It's like literally right over my head, about, I don't know, 25 meters beyond these enemies, like right over the boxes basically that you can see there in the background. That I could have grappled up to, and then from there I could have kind of baited some of these enemies in and fought them a different way. But because I forgot to wait and make sure that my stealth takedown wasn't going to be noticed, I kind of threw all that out the window, and so then I just had to improv this fight, which is what's going on here. So this is not ideally how you want to do this, but I did want to mention the gist of the normal strategy that I should have been doing here. Alright, and there's the vantage point right there. Okay, so now we're gonna just wait for the GCPD to blow up this ice cliff, and then we'll go up and move forward.
Copy that, Belfry. It's up to us now. Belfry, what was that?
So as we make our way up here, we're gonna have two enemies in front of us. Basically just go loud on the one with the gun, and then beat the crap out of the one that doesn't have a gun using ranged attacks is my go-to, and then we can move on. Alright, so once we go through this door, we're going to have quite a few enemies in front of us. This is another Hayate saying this is a very repeatable, consistent, blah blah blah, do what I do section. So just follow what I do here, and again, if you do it in the manner that I do it, you'll get through this without any problem.
Nap time.
You know how cold it is up there, right? You want to die of exposure? Be my guest.
You deserve a break. safest time to take the elevator.
Do you really want to go up all those stairs?
These cables on the floor, guaranteed they lead to freeze. Belfry, status.
Countless dead, and the temperature's still falling.
We need to stop this, now.
Alright, so it's time for our first freeze fight. This fight is very, very simple. So I was quiet there for a second because I wanted you to hear that attack. So that attack, it like winds up and then it goes like that, right? Where it like the sound effect goes really, really fast, like on a fast like cadence. That is when you're supposed to dodge. So right there, and then you dodge it. Okay, so that attack, that's when you'll dodge that one. The rocket attack that he did a second ago was, you know, very simple to dodge. It puts a telegraph on the ground, just don't stand in red, right? And that's basically all he's going to do for a little bit. We're just going to do ranged attacks with him. There's no reason to get close to him because your melee attacks will apply your elemental damage faster than your melee attacks. For those that don't know, your melee attacks only apply elemental damage with a heavy melee, not a regular melee, whereas your ranged attacks always do. So anyways, when he goes up, you'll see that there's going to be these lasers, you can see them in front of you, that are going to shoot out. Well, those are nodes, so there's this like smooth section in between these nodes. It's so hard to like explain this without being able to like point to it, but there's like these two panels, and then in between there's these things that run horizontal. Basically, you want to be standing where those horizontal lines run at all times. And so the way that the lasers work is they'll rotate to the left the first time, they'll rotate to the right the next time. They always rotate opposite of the time they did before. For the telegraphs that were on the ground, basically just don't stand in it. That's what I call don't stand in stupid. For this attack where there's a laser, you just need to run ahead of it. And then you can line of sight it by using the machine that's in the center. So you'll see that quite often. That I'm basically going to stand where the machine is between Freeze and I. That way, whenever he does that attack, it's just going to get completely blocked and I don't have to worry about it. So if I remember correctly, he does it. I'm kind of being quiet because I want you guys to see it. So right here. So you'll see how the laser stops. So the game is like hard-coded that it can't track you through the machine. So as long as you keep the machine between you and him, you literally don't have to worry about that attack. And that attack is the most dangerous attack that he does. So very, very, very simple. And this is basically the second fight. Or the second phase of the fight. The most dangerous part of this fight is when the machine is shooting lasers, which is what's about to happen. So what's going to happen now is we're going to get the lasers going and the like the ice dropping from the ceiling all at the same time. So again, you can see that I'm in the middle where those horizontal lines are on the machine. I'm just walking to the left. Now, the closer you stay to the machine, the easier this is. Whenever they go red, you stop moving. Then we're going to walk back to the other side. Okay? Then we're going to stop. And now the ice is going to start dropping. All you need to do is just don't be standing there when it blinks. So if you're not on it when it's blinking, you're basically not going to get hit. You have no chance of getting hit as long as you're not standing on it when it's blinking. So you want to be in the center where the horizontal lines are, and now you're getting both mechanics at the same time. Laser's going to track back to the left, so we need to prepare for that. One thing I want to note I haven't mentioned, so the swirly red like circle that's at the bottom of the machine, you cannot touch that. If you touch that, you will take damage, so keep that in mind. And that's basically the fight right there. Like, that's the hardest part of the fight. Because now we're just going to do the exact same thing, except I'm going to use the Marauder Rings while I'm doing damage, because I don't need to hold on to momentum anymore. Now we just want to burn him. So we're still going to use the machine to be a wall between us and him. I called the drone, I remember this. I called the drone in thinking it was going to do something here, and I forgot that because I'm so far away from him, it literally does nothing. So that's the first time we've seen him like launch his like grenade rounds or like rocket ice rounds or whatever you want to call it. It's literally a non-issue as long as you're using the machine to act as a buffer between you and him. So that's the freeze fight. Very, very simple. Very simple. Much easier than the second one, I'll say, which we're about to get into.
Freeze might be in prison, but his cryo weapons are still wreaking havoc on the streets.
It will take more than that for the regulators to relinquish such impressive technology.
We need to take out whatever supply they have left, but we have to find out where they're stored first.
Time for a chat with your regulator friends, then?
You read my mind.
Alright, so what we have to do now to progress with the freeze case file is we basically have to go out into Gotham and meet a prerequisite. So we have to go do an interrogation, right? So we're going to go out and do that, and then we'll have the info we need to then move on, you know, finish out that, and then we'll be able to go do the final section, which will be Blackgate Prison, if I remember correctly, and the final freeze fight, and then we can move on.
While you handle the man-bats, we'll work on locating the source of the signal controlling them.
Where are the attackers? Why are you here? Are you scared? This isn't good.
All right, let's hear it.
Sure. No need to get violent.
Just what I wanted to hear.
All right, so you know we did the interrogation. We know where his little like facility lab or whatever is. So now we're gonna head over there. This is a very it's kind of an awkward engagement because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the same tactic we've been using of holding high ground and just throwing batarangs. And the reason for that is because the area that we would be fighting in is just very, very small. It's got a lot of exploding barrels. And it's very easy for the game, so as I'm throwing batarangs, it's easy for the game to be like, oh, you don't want to hit that bad guy, you want to hit that barrel that's right beside you, and then the game hits it, and then I take damage from a barrel that exploded that I didn't want to explode. I lost this run 2 times right here because of that. So I made the decision, never again. I was going to come up with something different. And so what you're seeing is a product of that experience. So what's going to happen is I'm basically just going to pull all the enemies into here, minus the last couple of enemies. We're going to kill them all with battering attacks. And then I'll go in and deal with the last 2, like up on the rail where there are no exploding barrels. And then we'll complete the mission and move on.
He's down for the count.
Get back here, Scuzzy.
Where'd she go?
We'll find her eventually. I'm not leaving.
He won't be getting up anytime soon.
Get back here, Scuzzy. Where the hell is Batgirl?
She's getting away! After her! Come back
I don't
and fight
understand.
me!
Where'd Batgirl go? She's not getting away from us.
Piece of cake.
I don't get it. She was right there!
She'd be anywhere.
Gonna check it out!
I bet that hurt.
Batgirl, we are getting reports of multiple robberies, all orchestrated by the regulators.
Bunch of robberies all in one night. Must be planning something. Send me the locations, Belfry. I'll take care of it.
Alright, so now what we're doing is we're going to move over and do one of Harley's missions that we need to progress Harley's case file. This one gets royally messed up, if I remember correctly, because I drop on an enemy at the wrong time. I believe it's this enemy. So what's supposed to happen is this enemy that's pathing, this fire starter, he's going to go to the left, and then he's immediately going to turn around and come back directly under where I'm perched at. And that's what I didn't wait for. I dropped down on this guy before he came back and stopped, because once he comes back and stops, he doesn't move again. He's there forever. And I fucked that up, and then this whole thing is just, you know, my whole strategy here just went out the window. And so everything that you're going to see here is like an improv thing. What should happen here is basically I take everybody out through stealth and never get into a fight. But like I said, obviously I messed that up. So What we have to do now is I'm still going to take that approach to take everyone out via stealth. It's just going to take a lot longer. So that's what you're going to see here, and I'll chime back in as we complete this and are ready to move on.
Dr. Q won't be working out of this lab again.
Okay, so we're on our way to the next freeze encounter that we need for his case file. This one went mostly as I wanted it to. I made one small mistake here in the approach and the initiation of the engagement. Basically, I'm on the wrong side of the building. I should have been up on the other side. So you'll see in a second there are 3 guys that I'm going to scan. So these 3 right here, and there's a guy above them. So that guy right there I'm scanning right now. What I normally do is I go in on that side of the building, I quiet take down that guy, then I start the engagement and run all the way back here. And that's because basically they just all funnel down this area in such a nice way that it makes it really easy to defeat them all. And so, you know, the strategy mostly happened the way that it is supposed to work, but I just messed up the beginning of it. So that's all I'll say about this, and then we'll move on when this is done.
why do they always have to do things the hard way?
Alright, so we're on our way to our next Harley requirement for her case file. This area is very, very consistent for the early enemies that I'm going to take out. And then at some point, I'm basically going to have to be loud to get everyone's attention. So that's basically what you're going to see here. So as soon as we come in, we drop. I'm going to look down. I'm going to go ahead and mark everybody. This is just a safety thing. Because as I go loud and everyone is alerted to my presence, I want to know how they're rotating on me. Are they coming from the left? Are they coming from the right? Like, how are they coming to get me? So that I can position properly. Once that's done, we're going to drop down. I'm going to take this guy out, take the guy out across from him. And then what will happen is I'll go back up and I'll basically repeat this on the other side. Alright, so now that this guy's defeated, that's pretty much the end of what I can quietly do because of the proximity of the rest of the enemies to each other. Basically, I'm forced to just go in and be loud. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and do an ambush takedown on this one. And then I'm going to do whatever I can, and then we're going to, grapple away. Now, I didn't finish that guy, but the fire was on him, so the fire basically finished him. Which is what I was looking for. I just wanted to reapply that flame effect and then get out. So now that they're alerted to my presence, we're going to give them a second to be like, oh, we don't know where she is, and then they kind of spread out, right, to look for me. And so now I'm just looking for opportunities. And in the event that, in the event that one is like super far away from everyone else, absolutely the thing to do is to go quiet. Because of the proximity of these guys, most of the time I just choose to go loud. It still accomplishes the objective. I have more than enough smoke bombs to deal with this to get out safely, which is what I usually tend to do. So what I was doing here was I was waiting to see if one of these guys was going to segregate so I could do a quiet takedown. Which I think I do. Yeah, there we go. So anyways, that's what you're going to see. Once this gets done, we'll have a shocker and a bulldozer left. Basically prioritize the shocker first, then the bulldozer, and then, that's GG, and we'll continue on.
We gotta find this moat. Hey, coward! You just gonna keep sniping? We got trouble here! I don't see her. Keep searching. Can't let her escape. That moat's got more style than me. That hero's freakier than I am.
Coming at ya. Okay, dealt with Dr. Q. Better check in with the others at the Belfry.
Alright, so we're approaching our final freeze requirement to continue his case file. Again, this one, there's really not a whole lot that I can do here. Basically, we're just going to drop, go loud, and I'm going to use Bat Swarm and beat the crap out of everybody. Now, this guy took a lot longer to defeat than I wanted. Generally, I should be able to get through pretty much all of these guys before the swarm wears out.
You're having a rough night.
It's not what happened here, obviously, but you know, we make do with what we got. So we'll defeat these last couple of enemies, and then that's it. Alright, so at this point, we've done every prerequisite we need for Harley and for Freeze. So now we're just going to go back to the Belfry, and then we're going to continue on to complete, again, that all bosses objective for this no damage run before we finally hit endgame with the main story and complete the game out. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and head into the final Harley section. At the start of this section, to do this strategy, you have to move very, very quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up, we're going to hit our glide, and I'm going to glide to a very specific enemy and take him out immediately from the air. We're not even going to land.
Maybe the munchies are one of Rex's side effects?
So immediately after taking this enemy out, we're going to move up and we're going to take out 2 of the next ones. So it'll be this guy and then the one with the gas can, kind of like to his, like right in front of Batgirl right now. After this, we're going to move around to the guy that's all the way in the back here. And as we're taking this guy out, the bulldozer is going to be coming back. He's going to see the people we've already taken out, and he's going to go into alert status. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the opportunity while they're still searching and pathing to go ahead and swap to my toxic melee weapon. Because we're going to need this for all the freaks, right? The freaks are weak to toxic. So I'm going to wait for these guys to start pathing, and 9 times out of 10, these guys will be the only ones that are looking for you. So what will happen is I'm going to go ahead and take this guy out loud, and then I'm immediately going to engage with the bulldozer. And what I did there after I defeated that guy was I turned back and I looked at the enemies across the way to make sure that they weren't engaged with me. Because if done properly, the strength in this strategy is that you don't have to fight everything at one time. Alright, so this will take care of him. And then what we want to do is we want to go back over, and then I'm going to go loud on these guys. But because most of these are Harley's followers, they go down with like 1 or 2 hits. So they're very, very easy to defeat. And I guess when I say 1 or 2 hits, there we go. That was a good example. I was like, I don't know why that guy didn't go down with 1 or 2 hits, but his buddy did.
Belfry?
But anyways, once that's done, we're going to go, you know, grab the source of the signal, deactivate the signal, and then we'll head up to the door to go inside the hospital.
Montoya, always a pleasure.
As much as I don't want to admit this, we may need your help here. I'm outside the damn hospital, Batgirl. We're going to rush in soon.
Hold, Montoya. Harley brought citizens in here. Let me deal with her before you charge in.
Crap. Fine. But I expect a full debrief later.
Alright, so as we get to the top here, we're going to have 3 enemies. We're just going to go in on the first one loud, and then we'll throw batarangs at the rest of them, and it should defeat them pretty quickly.
ever told you you're slow?
I've been a little stuck dealing with all your friends.
I do not like your tone.
Alright, so we're going to wait just a second for the enemies to spawn into this next room. Then we're going to go in loud on the first one that we can get to. We'll throw batarangs into the next two, and that'll take care of both of them.
I have had enough of that stupid song.
So as we go into this room, our priority is going to be the juicer. The juicer is going to be defaulted in the back left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch her, and as she passes to the right, we're going to go in and take these two guys out quietly. So immediately after this one's taken out, I'm going to stealth move to the juicer, and we're going to hit her with a stealth strike. And then right after that, we're going to hit her with a hammer, and that should kill her. If it doesn't, it will apply toxin, like the toxic effect. And she'll either be close to dead or, you know, enough where we can like throw a batarang or two and she'll be defeated. So that's that room. For these enemies, I like to just wait a second. I have had it where there's a little bit of an issue with them spawning in. So I just hesitate for just a moment to make sure that they're defaulted, and then I go in. Loud take down one, take out the other one.
No, you're killing them, Harley.
Your stupid town killed them.
Alright, so as we enter this room, there's going to be an enemy at the far back left that has a like a nail bat or something that's on fire. We want to take him out loud first, because that enemy type he's kind of like an upgrade of the normal ones that have a bat. So there's a couple of extra things we have to be cautious for if we allow him to live. So it's easier just to remove him from the board immediately, and then basically beat everyone else up and then deal with the bulldozer last.
Montoya, I have citizens heading out soon. Make sure they're okay.
Got it.
The security office must be past the chapel.
I'm waiting, brat girl. What would the bats think about that?
I'm a bit busy right now.
Alright, so you want to make sure that you're crouched here, and you want to give it a little bit before you turn the corner and make your way to take this guy out. Now you can see that the juicer in front of us does kind of see us, right? So, in my experience, you're never going to be actually seen while you're taking that guy out. But after we take him out, you'll do the same thing we did with the last juicer. You'll approach, get the stealth strike, hit the hammer attack, and they'll basically be dead. After we kill this guy, two are going to come out the door right in front of us, so we'll take these guys out whatever way you see fit to eliminate them. And then we can move on.
Don't mind if I do. Ugh, stupid jingle.
This is mine.
So for these enemies, there's really not a whole lot to talk to here. I like to purposefully engage the like the medical carts or whatever those are that explode. One, to get them off the board so I have more room to work in. But also, you know, if enemies are standing by them, you can get some good meaningful damage on them. So there will be times where I'll do that. Especially that one that was like right in the middle, because you can kind of see where I'm fighting at. But aside from that, you know, this is same as like all the other encounters. Oh my god, that was so close. Yeah, you can dodge roll into that fire and you can take damage, so that was like crazy close. I don't even remember doing that, which is kind of nuts. But yeah, this is just your standard fight priority, right? Take out all the little guys, deal with the big guy last. So as we open the door, we're going to run in, stealth take down this guy, we'll stealth take down the next guy, then we'll run up the ramp, which is to my immediate right now. We'll loud take out the third guy, beat the crap out of the fourth guy, and then we'll just have a bulldozer to deal with. So that's this area.
If you don't want my boot up your ass, stop, son.
Very much. Back up.
Alright, my favorite area in the entire game because of this fucking music, dude. There have been days where I'm just like humming this song in my head because I fucking spend so much time trying to perfect this section. Oh my god, anyways, fucking challenge runners, man. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to stealth take down every single person in this room. There is a juicer and an upgraded bulldozer in this room. So essentially the strategy is we want everyone taken out, undetected, because if we're detected, the juicer will go and revive them. She can actually revive people when they're not in alert status. It's fairly rare, but it does happen. It might even happen in this run. Like half of me thinks it did, but regardless, we're just going to approach this from stealth, and once those two are the last ones, we'll segregate the juicer, and we'll deal with her the same way we dealt with all the other ones. We'll do a stealth strike, and then we'll do a hammer hit on it. And then we'll just fight the bulldozer last.
Something don't seem right.
So earlier I told you, you know, the idea for the strategy was we wanted to get the juicer second to last. Well, unfortunately, she was going to go revive this guy, so I just decided to go ahead and take her out. That does cause me to go loud, but if the juicer is dead, it doesn't matter. The juicer is the only reason why I didn't want to be alert, like I didn't want the enemies alerted. So once she's dead, nobody can revive her, right? So, so then it doesn't matter. So if that does happen to you, just try and do that. Try and get her off the board immediately. And then you can do what I did and just smoke bomb away. And we can go back to stealthfully picking these guys off. And then we'll deal with the bulldozer at the end. Alright, so now that everybody's defeated, we're going to go ahead and change up our gear here. I'm just going to change my melee weapon to concussion. Again, 1, because Batgirl gets a damage bonus when she has a concussion melee weapon, and 2, because Harley Quinn is weak to it. And then we'll leave the fire batarang as is.
That's the ticket. No need to be that
So this is phase 1 for the Harley fight. It's very, very simple, and my first objective here is similar to what I described earlier, which is all of these carts, I want them gone. So I'm going to purposefully go and trigger all of them so that I don't have to worry about these while I'm in the fight with Harley. Now the electricity that's right up against the wall does not do damage to you, but it will do damage to her. You can see it right there. She touched it and she got hit by it. Basically, my go-to here is to use the hammer to apply the concussion effect to her and then beat the shit out of her, and right before she's going to recover, basically I do a grab and I do a hit on her. So you'll see that again here. And that's what we're going to do for phase 1. Phase 1, very, very simple. As we go into phase 2, we have 6 enemies to fight. These are very, very easy. Your melee damage is huge on these guys. Batarang damage is huge on these guys. It's just a lot of dodging. They attack a lot really, really close together. So that's phase 2. As we go into phase 3, it'll be basically Harley and those guys. So they merge phase 1 and 2 together. The objective here is to... This is very hard, so for that reason right there, that attack. Basically, you need to prioritize the enemies while watching Harley for her to throw dagger. Her dagger attack is kind of hard to see when there's a lot of shit on the screen. Because it blends with the, kind of like the color. So right there, you can see it. It blends kind of with the color of the room a little bit. Or at least it's hard for me to see, I don't know. But you have to really be watching Harley for that red circle to appear. Or just know what the animation looks like when she starts to wind up to throw it. So that's really all this is. Right now I'm just focused on... Basically I'm watching Harley and I'm fighting these guys on my peripheral vision is basically what it comes down to. If you can believe that. And again, I don't want to use it as with most boss fights. You want to kind of save the momentum for your momentum abilities for the final phase, because you're able to do things in the final phases where you just have the boss where you could just burn through them so quickly. So that's just how I choose to approach it. Mostly to guarantee that I have full momentum. Okay. Very, very good combo there.
This is it. Zombie shot.
So I'm sitting here watching, fully focused on Harley, and I barely saw that red circle. I saw the animation, so I knew she was doing it, but... Okay. So now we're in the final fight. And this one is fairly simple. You just have to stay away from her. And for whatever reason, this is something I haven't really talked to, but it's going to be a theme for the rest of the game when it comes to boss fights. Where you can go to use, for example, this hammer momentum ability, and it will just fail to work. It will fail to apply the elemental effect. It will do the damage, but you won't get the actual benefit that it should be providing you. That happens on Harley, that happens on Freeze, it happens on the final boss fights, it happens on the Man-Bats. It is a pain in the ass. And I think that's a huge oversight for the development of this game. Whoever was testing the combat system. And I'll tell you guys this, not to toot my own horn, but if a developer ever watches this video, if you want, I know you have QA testers and stuff like that, but if you ever want someone to really, really test your combat system and put it through the ringer, let a no damage challenge runner do it. Because I promise you, we will find all the things that are wrong with it. So anyways, that's the Harley fight. The biggest issues with the Harley fight are that phase 3 where there's Harley and the regular enemies. If you can get past that, basically the rest of the Harley fight is fairly simple.
Assault in progress at Blackgate Prison. It's the regulators. They're trying to get Freeze out. We need all available units. I repeat, we need...
We don't have much time. Take the drone. It'll get you to the prison faster.
All right, so this is our final case file, whatever, side activity before we get to the end game. So, as you can see here, we drop down into a couple of enemies. Very, very simple. Nothing really to talk to here. For these 3 enemies, I kind of want to keep them. Oh my god, dude, I forgot about that. That was so close, dude. That was stupid. So I got stuck dodging on the left there, into the ice. Luckily I had the iframes to avoid that. But yeah, we really want to kind of keep these enemies here. And not let them run out, just because it kind of gives a funnel effect, where it's a lot easier to hit all of the fire on them. If they do come out, it doesn't really matter, it's fine. We are going to change up to a full fire build because Freeze himself is very weak to fire. So similar to the first Freeze encounter, we just want to go full fire spec there with melee and ranged weapon. Alright, so as we come into here, we basically have to go to Freeze's cell. Once we go to Freeze's cell, we'll move on and we'll be basically in like the cell block area.
Gotta move.
And the cell block area is going to take a while. So we're going to run in, we're going to take this guy out immediately. And what you'll notice is that for this first objective, everything I'm doing is cookie cutter. You can do this, it's very repeatable, very safe. All of these enemies, the way that I take them out, will work fine. What's going to happen is the next set of enemies that comes in is a pain in the ass. So I'm going to have to deal with those in a very specific way. And I'll chime back in once we get to them.
It's somebody's nap time.
I'll be coming for you, no.
Criminal school.
Hey, over here. Thank you. I was visiting my client when all hell broke loose. Then that guard brought me in here. I'd be dead if he hadn't.
I need to get to Freeze's cell. Can you open the door?
I don't think so. They said the scanner won't work without his prints.
stuck like this, I wouldn't help you.
Time for plan B, then. If I can find something the guard touched, I could reconstruct his handprint. But how do I know where he went? That boot print corresponds to a Blackgate uniform. If I isolate it, I can see where it leads. Belfry, I've located 2 survivors. One of them's trapped in ice and is gonna need some help.
Understood. I'll let Montoya know where to find them.
That works. Perfect.
All right, so as soon as we hit this this panel, we're gonna get all the enemies spawning in. Now the reason why this is a pain is because they have a drone master. Now I told you guys earlier in this run that the go-to strat for the drone master is to use electricity, and you can stop its drone, which is true. However, fire damage on these regulators is insane. So basically, it's a choice. Do you want to do ridiculously good damage to every enemy? Or do you want to do weak fucking damage to every enemy, but only be able to stop one enemy from using its abilities if you land the attack? So there's a big trade-off there. So what I decided to do early on was to kind of break my rule and stay fire damage here. And so what I end up doing is I found a way to drop all of these enemies out of combat. And essentially what that is let them see you on one side, go to the other side, and then be behind a wall so they can't view you, and they all drop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark all these enemies, and then I'm going to take all these guys out via stealth. Now, I don't think that the developers necessarily intended for you to do this. I think this is a symptom of the AI itself. That the way the combat AI was built is that if they can't see you, they start wandering around. So what I end up doing here is just taking everybody out via stealth. Now, there will be a point where more enemies are going to spawn in, and we'll have to do this again, where I go and bring them all to one side, I jump over, I jump back, I line of sight, and then they all go into search mode. So this section is going to take a while. It takes quite a long time to get all these enemies done, but this is the safest way to do it. So that's why I'm doing it, and it's only because of the drone commander. If the drone commander wasn't here, I wouldn't worry about it, but she is, so... and I mean, arguably I could drop on her, take her out real quick, and then fight everybody. But what's going to happen with the second wave of enemies is what I like to do again is take out all the smaller ones, leave the bigger ones. If I do that tactic here, we're going to have 2 shockers that we have to deal with along with other enemies too. So it I don't know. I'm kind of rambling at this point. My overall point here is, though, that I chose to do this from a stealth perspective because it was the safest way to do this. And when you're so close to the end of the run, we're about an hour or less from the end of the run, you don't want to lose it here because you were trying to be flashy or too fast or anything like that. So that's all I'll say on this. I'll let it play out, and I'll see you guys on the other side of it.
Come on, show us some blood! Anyone see where she went? Come out of the shadows and face her!
Gone! They're taunting us. Track them down. Get out of the shadows and show yourself!
Left yourself wide open.
I don't understand. Where'd Batgirl go? Look harder. Check the shadows. She's here somewhere.
You're done.
Check the corners.
Good night. Nap time.
Finds jackass. She's down. Anyone see what happened?
way too much. That can't be good.
Alright, so now we made it to Freeze's cell. I misspoke earlier. For whatever reason in my head, I was remembering it wrong.
There's a lot of
so we go into Freeze's cell, we'll immediately back out, and then once the dialogue is done with Alfred, we'll be able to move forward. So there's going to be 3 enemies ahead of us. One of them is going to be a drone commander. Again, I choose not to swap to electricity here because of how strong the fire damage is. So what I want to do is I want to run up here and I want to get a stealth strike on her immediately. And then while she's like on the ground, I choose to fight these guys, which was the wrong choice. What I should have done was fight her, I think. There's really no strategy for this. I was never able to like really come up with a strategy here. So it's always been just kind of be good at the game and don't get hit. So you could, I think, make that a lot easier by swapping to electricity and just focusing on her, but you would not burn through, you wouldn't burn through everything, no pun intended, as quickly. So anyways, that's that. Then we're going to go through this door, and that'll be the final freeze fight, and then we're done. Alright, so for phase 1 of the freeze fight, this is basically going to be a do fire damage via the hammer hit, do melee attacks when safe, throw range damage when it doesn't make sense. The problem with this fight is something you just saw there. That this game is not developed well enough to exist in 3 dimensions. So what happened there was I was doing a melee attack, and Batgirl just started like literally walking up the arm of the freeze like bot, and as the melee animations were happening, so it put me into this state where I was super high in the air, and so when I did my melee hit, so right there you could see it again, I slightly went up the leg and then came back down real quick. But that first one, what happened was I was so high in the air from it that the game registered it as an aerial hit and triggered an aerial hit. And so what this equates to is there's no way for me to stop this. And the best way for you to do this fight is to break one of the arms, because when you get one of the arms broken, the freeze bot can't do anything else. So like right there, one of the arms is busted. I can literally do whatever I want until he repairs them. So the best way to approach this fight is to break the arms. But then you run the risk of going up these arms and being in the air and having an attack hit you that you can't successfully dodge, that you never intended to be up in the air for. So I have lost many, many runs in this game right here because of shit like that. And I can't begin to tell you how infuriating that was. So when Freeze jumps up, essentially he's going to do 2 attacks. So he's going to do rocket attacks as you saw. He'll do his laser. If he does his laser, do exactly what I'm doing here. Run in, be up against the wall, and it can't hit you. I don't know if that was the developer intended way to do it, but that was the way I decided to do it. And it works very, very well. So as we run back out, he does missiles again, if I remember correctly. We want to be in the lane that is safe. And then whenever he does actual missiles, this is just a simple dodge forward, dodge left, dodge forward, dodge right, or something like that. All you're doing is hitting the dodge button 1 time, and then like in the direction out of it. So that's phase 1. Phase 1's very simple. Phase 2 is a little bit harder. So we're going to grapple up here. Now here's another issue that the developers didn't think about. So when you're up on that perch, you are able to do an aerial attack from the perch onto Freeze. However, Depending on the distance you are from Freeze, he will start an attack while you're still in the air doing the attack, and you'll take damage and you'll be unable to stop that. So, I made a rule early on that when I grapple off the field, which is the intended mechanic, that I am not allowed to aerial attack on him. Also, I want to point out, you can rewind the VOD back, I just did the hammer hit on Freeze, and it didn't apply the flame effect, or the burn effect, which right there I just did it again, and it did apply the burn effect. So again, more proof of what I was speaking to earlier when I said sometimes, especially in the later game, things just don't want to fucking work. And it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. And it's a little disappointing that, you know, their QA team or their tester team or whatever didn't catch these things. Again, why I suggest developers, you know, maybe send your game out to a challenge runner. Hint, hint. If you want meaningful combat feedback from someone who breaks these systems down literally daily in video games. So this is just more of the same, nothing new here. So now he's gonna jump, oh, never mind. We have another wave of this, I forgot. But what I was about to say is he's gonna jump to the other side. He'll do that soon. And then we'll have to go through all these mechanics again. Alright, so as he comes down, he's going to have 3 enemies spawn in. They're all regulators. They all have rifles. So we need to prioritize getting these guys off the ground, if at all possible. So this laser cannon I haven't really spoke to a whole lot, but as you guys can see, you need to do the infinite slide technique to get away from it. You also want to make sure that you have enough room to run around. So you really don't want Freeze to be up against a wall, because then you won't be able to run around him. Alright, so for this, you know, from this point forward, the enemy regulators with the guns are defeated, so this is all just the same stuff now. There's literally no new mechanic that's going to happen. This is just a rinse and repeat of basically the very beginning of the fight. A side note here, so these little like mines or whatever that's sticking up, the little glowy circles, you can throw your batarang at that and destroy them. So if you want to manually destroy them instead of Freeze destroying them whenever he you know, does the area-wide attack that causes you to grapple up to the high ground, you could just destroy them manually if like they were in your way blocking your path or whatever. But this attack that he's doing, you'll see when it explodes, it automatically destroys them, so you have that option as well. But anyways, that's the Freeze fight. We'll do a little bit more damage to him, and he'll get defeated eventually. And then we'll move on to the apps. God damn, I can't. I remember when that happened, I started charging that punch, and I was like, oh my god, I fucked up. And I started mashing the spacebar to get out of it, and I was like super lucky that I got out of that without getting hit. I mean, it had to be like a pixel perfect dodge or something. Anyways, after this we're going to get into literally the hardest part of this entire game, which is fighting the 3 man-bats on top of the 3 different buildings on that. And I have a lot to say about that, so I'll see you then. Stay tuned. Alright, so these goddamn man-bats. So I told you guys much earlier when we were in Arkham Asylum that we were going to have to fight 5 man-bats, and that man-bat 1 and man-bat 5 were not a problem, because they behaved differently. And I told you guys that there were 2 differences between those man-bats and the ones we're about to fight. So here's the difference. Difference number 1. These man-bats will now have a sonic attack. So anytime you're within melee range, they have an ability, they have an option to do a sonic attack. That is almost impossible for you to get away from if you are doing any action as it starts. However, the strength with Batgirl is that she has a bat claw, that pull ability. For whatever reason, the bat claw negates that attack. So if you know what the animation looks like as the man-bat starts it, you can just hit him with the bat claw and he'll stop it. No other character in the game, Nightwing, Robin, or Red Hood, can do that. So how the developers expect you to deal with that attack on those 3 characters is beyond me. I fucking forgot that I fell off of that. Oh, man. So yeah, how they expect you to deal with that is beyond me. I don't know. So right here, there you go. That's it in action. Proof that it works. So that's problem number 1. The second issue, and if I remember correctly, it doesn't happen on this one. But if you look around the ground on the building, you'll see this black smoke emanating from the ground. That's because the man-bat can, whenever the hell he wants, I thought it was tied to a health percentage, but it's not. So this attack right here when he's in the air, doing the sonic attack, that one cannot be used with the bat claw to negate. So that one you just have to be away from. But anyways, back to what I was saying. He can just call in the League of Shadows whenever he wants, which makes shit really difficult because you have to be able to do damage to him, but then you're also dealing with you know, the bullshit of the very, very tight timing window with the League ninjas. So I lost more runs. If I had to stack it up, I would say easily 70% of the runs that I lost once I had created all the strategies for this game were right here. Fighting these 3 man-bats because of that. So yeah, I mean, there's really not a whole lot to talk to other than that. And you'll see, like, that one, I was able to keep him locked down, keep him always burning, keep him up in the air, keep him from doing the ability that spawns the League in. The other 2, you'll see that that's not the case. I'm not successful at doing that. In fact, I believe the one on... It's either this one or the one on the hospital. I mean, I get up to like 4 fucking League, you know, ninjas in the fight while I'm trying to deal with this stupid man-bat. And let me tell you this. This fight, the man-bat fight, would not be a problem if they would just take the fucking sonic attack off of it. Like, I don't know why the developers added it to these ones specifically, but they don't add it to the 1st or the 5th one. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's already not fun having to fight these things over and over and over and over again. That is not fun. At all. It's not engaging. These things are like goddamn meat puppets. They're you know, damage sponges. And it's not fun to just sit there and just constantly hit and chip away at it. That's not fun. The first one was fun. I felt the first one was very cinematic. And I'll even give you the 5th one, because the 5th one's kind of a surprise. But these 3 were not needed. I feel like there was much better things that could have been done. So I couldn't grapple to that one because there was flames in the way, which is why I just backed up and outranged it. But anyways, I do want to point that out. Again, that's my personal opinion. I'm not a game dev. I'm just a jackass who does hard shit in the games that they create. But after, you know, 130, almost 140 hours with this game, losing so many amazing runs to this part of the game, where we are, you know, 30 minutes or less away from beating the end, was very frustrating. And it's a lot to deal with that sonic attack. That, like, right there, I don't know how the fuck I didn't get hit there. Like, I honestly could not tell you how I didn't get hit there. Like, everything in my mind's eye says I should have been hit there. Like, I don't know, I must have been, like, literally just beyond the line of the reach of that attack. I don't know. But that's the kind of things that kept happening to me in a lot of runs, where just the dumbest things would happen related to that sonic attack. Anyways, enough of my griping and grieving over this. Let me talk to how to deal with this. So, very similar to all the other enemies in the game, where we've had a lot of enemies. So this was the one, by the way, where there were 4 that I mentioned earlier. You want to always keep your eye on the man-bat. Always. Because you don't want the man-bat to fly behind you and then land and you not know about it, or he's up in the air and he does his spin charge attack and you don't know about it. So you need to always keep him in front of you. This was an accident. I didn't mean to fall off the edge. So basically now I have to wait until they drop out of combat so I can safely go back up. Because if I don't, then as I'm going, they'll know I'm coming and they'll start attacking the ledge. Anyways, you want to keep all of them in front of you and use, I mentioned it way earlier in the run, use the fact that ranged and melee cannot attack you at the same time. And only one enemy can attack you at the same time. Or at a time. So, you know, if the man-bat is attacking you, you don't have to worry about the League. If the League is attacking you, you don't have to worry about the man-bat. So you want to kind of use that to your advantage, but I mean, this fight just boils down to you being fucking just amazing at dodge timing in the game, and praying that the game works to your benefit. You know, that the man-bat spawns not fucking 4 of these guys, that the man-bat doesn't cause an issue where you kind of do what happened on Freeze, where you're like kind of you're attacking him in melee and then you slide up him and now you're in the air. That happened on the first man-bat. I didn't call attention to it, but if you go back and you watch it, that happened on the man-bat. But anyways, that's all I'll say here. This is all just, you know, fighting the League. There's nothing special to note here, so I'll see you guys on the next and final man-bat. Well, at least for this part.
Where do we need the fag?
Alright, so the good thing about approaching this man-bat, and I would say the vast majority of the time I've done this run, if this is the case, is that I'm entering this with full momentum. So we're going to be able to, like, just really destroy this Man-Bat from the moment he lands. Which is what I do here, and if I remember correctly, the League doesn't even spawn because I just wreck this thing. So we're going to throw Marauder Rings on it just to make sure it's getting constant damage and it's burning. It'll give me time to do melee damage to build momentum back up. I'm going to throw it again. And you can see these Marauder Rings are just destroying this thing. So I go ahead and I use the hammer attack. I used it too early. I should have waited until the fire wore off. Luckily for me, he goes into the air. And when he goes into the air, he can't call in the League. He can only call in the League from the ground. So I'm able to build this up, and if I remember correctly, right when he lands, he tries to call the League. And I just barely get the hit in on him. So right there, boom. You could actually see the animation of him calling the League. And I just barely got that off so that I didn't have to fight the ninjas. Because unfortunately, once ninjas are called in, the game won't progress. It won't count the Man-Bat encounter as complete until you kill the ninjas. So, anyways, we're gonna head over to the cemetery, and this is literally it. Once we enter into here, it's enemy after enemy after enemy, 3 boss fights, and that decides whether you win or lose this run. So, let's get at it.
This is somehow weirder than the ruins of Arkham. Easy. That is a long way down. Better find a way around. Belfry, the League dug a tunnel under the cemetery. I'm gonna follow it, see where it goes.
Watch your back down there.
Better keep my distance. Belfry, I've somehow managed to get into the Batcave. What's left of it, anyway.
Pretty far from the cemetery. How long is that tunnel?
Long. The League is after something specific. They knew where they were digging.
Just don't get lost down there.
I'll try.
Alright, so our first actual enemy is coming up as soon as I drop off this. What I chose to do is just basically run. Just outrange it, and it can't catch me, so I don't have to fight it.
I'll let the others know.
Alright, so we're going to get 3 enemies that spawn here. Basically what I want to do is I'm just going to run right by them and grapple onto this vantage point. And that'll pull me in to the Man-Bat fight. Now it is very, very important to call out that you have to grapple that vantage point. If you grapple like the ledge of the cliff, you'll take damage from the enemies. So this Man-Bat is very much like the first one that we fought at Arkham Asylum. This Man-Bat has no sonic attack. This Man-Bat does not call in any League ninjas to fight you. This is just the Man-Bat, which is really easy, but still also very annoying, because the damn thing is a damage sponge. And It's you know, it's okay with boss fights. You know, I get boss fights being, you know, hey, they take a lot of damage. I get that. It's a boss fight. This is just a fucking enemy. Like, when you beat the game, and you go back and you're just playing the game, you will encounter these things just in the game. Except they'll have the damn Sonic attack and they'll call the League Ninjas in. And it's like, why? So yeah, that's the last thing I'll say on the damn Man-Bats. As you can tell, I'm fed up with Man-Bats. I absolutely hate this enemy type. Alright, so once he's defeated, we're going to go ahead and burn this ninja. And then while he's burnt and he can't attack me, I'm just going to run past him. Alright, so as we enter into this area, I need to explode this lantern. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to knock this thing down. I'm not going to get it because of the way the enemies spawned in. Usually they spawn towards the back and I have a little bit more time. But once I've got it knocked, I need to wait for whoever's going to attack me to attack. Because you can be damaged while you're in the animation to grapple up to the high ground. Once I'm up here, this is going to look very much like a lot of the other stuff we've done, where I'm just going to battering through these guys from the high ground because I can. Again, there's no reason to risk taking damage when I'm 20 minutes from the end of the run to fight these things. It's much easier just to sit up here where they can't reach me and beat their face in. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to do that again in another section later. But for right now, I'll leave you guys with this, and I'll chime back in on the next section.
them dealt with. It's a good thing I'm not claustrophobic.
Alright, so as we make our way to the bottom of this, you're going to get a lot of enemies spawning. I don't know if the developers meant for you to run through this, but that's what I chose to do. They will never hit you if you just haul ass. As I go down this slide, I'm going to turn around and grapple right back up to the top of it. What this does is it disengages all of the ones behind you, and then the ones at the bottom will spawn in. We're going to do, again, our tried and true strat of being on a high ground, elevated above enemies, and just throwing batarangs to kill them. This is actually a strategy that I started doing only recently. And that was because it was like 3 or 4 runs ago I got down here and I just blanked on one of the ninjas. So... like, the ninjas disappeared, and I was just fighting the big dude and one ninja. And I was like, okay, there's only 2 guys. So when I got the one ninja done, I just fully sat on the big guy and didn't even anticipate the need to dodge. And this dude, black smoke, comes out of nowhere, and I couldn't react fast enough, and I got hit. And I was like, never again, dude. I was like, let me see if there's a better way to do this. And I thought, hey, there's a high ground. I wonder if I can hit him from it. I tried it. It worked. And... history is as it's written now, so that's what this turned into. So
bring water from the Lazarus bed all this way.
Alright, so as we drop down here, we're going to get 2 ninjas that are going to spawn in. I'm going to go ahead and use Bat Swarm just to make sure I can't take damage, because what I want to do is I want to run to the end here, and I want to drop these platforms and just skip that fight. I don't want to fight those guys. So as I jump down, we're going to get a Jabate on the left. That guy isn't going to fight us. He's just there to scare us. I'm going to run all the way down. And as I touch my feet on this final platform, we're going to get a bunch of guys that are going to spawn in. I'm going to turn around and run back. Then I'm going to stand on this rock face here, and we're just going to throw batarang. So this is going to serve 2 purposes. One, it's going to kill them, and I never have to risk taking damage. And 2, it's going to give me full momentum for the final fight. So the final fight ahead of us is we have to fight Bruce. We have to fight Talia twice. Bruce is not a problem. Bruce is simple. It's just understanding the dodge timing, doing damage on him. Basically our go-to method for that is going to be beatdown, and then burning him with batarangs when we're able to. Bruce is not a problem. Talia, on the other hand, is broken. So, at least in my testing, the Talia fight, very similar to the Hunter Talons, her dodge icons are not in line with her actual damage. So, when she shows up, and you see the red circle, if you dodge right then, the vast majority of the time, you're going to get hit. And then in the second fight, they don't even bother to give you dodge icons anymore. You just have to know when to fucking dodge. However, the way that I approach the Talia fight is a little cheesy. It's a very fucking slow, but It will get you through it without damage every single time. So, really, it's Bruce that is the concern. And as long as I can get through Bruce, it's almost guaranteed that I complete the run. So, that's what I'll say. I just wanted to kind of preface that. Because I've mentioned it at various times throughout the run that, you know, there are issues with the dodge system in this game as far as timing is concerned. And you guys will not see that because my strategy doesn't dodge anything. Okay, so for the Bruce fight. He basically has 2 combos. He has a 4-hit combo, he has a 3-hit combo. His 3-hit combo is really the only one I ever worry about because the timing on it is very, very tight. But what I want to do here is I just want to dump. I want to get through this fight as quickly as possible. So I want to dump all of the momentum I need to in this. Now there are 3 breakpoints in this. So you got like a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 is from 100% until he takes a knee and you have to talk to him, which will happen here shortly. So this is his 4-hit combo, which is that's the one you always want. So I'm trying not to do the beatdown because I know he's really close to being at that talking point. Right there, dude, that was so close. So yeah, that's phase 1 as I call it.
Bruce, come back to us.
You died! She said you died, Barbara!
No, she lied. I'm here.
I just noticed Batgirl's hair looks green, like on the side closest to the rock. Because of the lighting. It's kind of cool. So yeah, coming out of the talking, he will always do one of 3 attacks. Again, you just have to know the timing on them. They can be a pain in the ass to dodge for sure, but with a lot of practice, you can get it pretty consistently. That was a great combo. Holy shit. Most of the time, you don't even get that. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Did not want to do that. Literally wasted like 2 segments of momentum by accident. I was trying to do the beatdown and I accidentally held the button too long. So don't do that if you're doing this fight. So yeah, anytime he disappears, like he fades out, I just run away. What that'll do is it'll keep him from doing that attack right on top of you. So it just makes it easier for you to get a better dodge window on it. Okay. He should go down in a second. There it is. Okay, so that's Bruce done. That's Bruce fight done.
Bruce, come on.
So what you're going to see here on the Talia fight is as soon as I come out of the cutscene, I'm going to turn around and start running. I don't dodge a single thing in this fight. All I do is run. And I have very specific rules for this fight. Basically, when she does her combo, I throw 1-2 and I run. The only times I will actually stand and attack her for longer than 2 batarangs is if she does a range attack. So you might be wondering, Hayate, why are you approaching the fight like this? This is kind of fucking stupid. And you're right. This is very fucking stupid. That's not my fault. Again, I fully place blame for this on the developers. The timing window of dodging Talia's attacks is ridiculous.
I will crush you,
it makes no sense. And you're liable just to take damage even if you dodge when you see red. The other reason that I do this, and you're going to see I won't use a single momentum ability in this first phase Talia fight. And that is because 75% of the time, easily 75% of the time, they just won't work.
See my true power.
And when I say they won't work, like they'll apply the damage, but they will not stagger her. So for example, if I do the hammer strike, the one where I like take the take her melee weapon and just smash it into her, right? The one that I have done so much throughout this run. If I do that on Talia in this phase, she'll get the burn, she'll take the damage, and then she'll just slice you in the face. Like, it literally will not stagger her like it does every other enemy in the game. And when I say that, I don't mean that it does it 100%. I said 70, 75%, right? Because sometimes it does work. It does stagger her. It does stop her from attacking. The same issue applies to beatdown. When you go to do beatdown, the vast majority of the time it just won't work. So you'll waste your momentum, she won't be stunned, and then she'll just hit you, and that's it. Your run is dead. 6 hours out the window. And that's not my fault. That's the game's fault. So I had to come up with a strategy that would allow me to basically still do this fight without taking damage while my hands and one of my leg was tied behind my fucking back. So this is what I came up with, is that she will never be able to catch you on any attack that she does. That is true for phase 1 and it's true for phase 2. So because I can't reliably use any of my abilities, I can't reliably dodge her attacks, the only option I'm left with is to let the elemental burn damage burn her from 100% to 0% HP. So that's why this takes forever. But if done properly, she never gets the opportunity to attack you. So this is easy, right? It just takes for fucking ever and it looks stupid. But you don't want to get here. And this is what I struggled with. You don't want to get here after 6.5 hours and then, you know, pretend you're at Las Vegas rolling the dice, right? Is my momentum ability gonna work this time? Is it not gonna work? And then I'm gonna get hit because I literally don't have time to dodge coming out of the animation from the momentum ability? Question mark? Yeah, you don't want that. I don't want that. That's a bad strategy. So this is what you have to do. And you know, a lot of the grievances that I've put forth throughout the commentary in this run really turned me off. You know, my original desire was to do an all bosses no damage run on hard mode with all 4 characters. However, how do you deal with the Man-Bat Sonic ability on any of the other characters when Batgirl's the only one that has Batclaw? Imagine doing this tactic. I don't know. I haven't tested, obviously. But, you know, assuming all the other momentum abilities for the other characters are as busted as Batgirl's are on this Talia fight. And I had to do this with range damage. On Robin, it would be very easy because he gets a buff to elemental damage and range damage and all that stuff. But what about Nightwing? Nightwing's, like, range damage is so slow. He's not meant to be a range damage dealer. This would take for fucking ever. It would take so long. And it would be miserable. How would I deal with that? And that's not to mention that some of these other characters, I won't go into it in this run. It's a little bit outside the scope of this commentary, but there are many abilities on these characters. There are upgrades that you literally can't buy because they would hinder your ability to not take damage rather than help you. So it's just, there's a lot with the game's combat system. There's a lot that contradicts the idea of having a dodge counter system to avoid damage that was overlooked in the development of this game. That I really wish, you know, respectfully, I could sit down with the developers of this game and give them all of my notes and just hear their opinion or feedback on it. You know, the game is made, you know, whatever, it is what it is, it's a finished product, but I would just love to gain some insight into the why behind some of the reasons for what they did. And maybe it just comes from a point of view of I'm a no damage runner and that's not how they approach development of the game. But again, in my opinion, if you have a parry system, if you have a counter system, if you have a dodge system, every single thing should be conducive to giving the player the ability to avoid damage. And sadly, in this game, the systems contradict each other and work against each other. Quite often. Tying the player's hands behind their back in certain instances and scenarios. So yeah, I've rambled on far enough. We're about to beat Talia. There is a bug that can occur here when you get pulled into the cutscene. It is actually the very last run before this one. I lost to it, where I came out of that cutscene and I had a little bit of chip damage. I have no clue how it happened. I think it was kind of a one-off, but I assume it happened from the Lazarus Pit. So the run right before the one you guys are watching right now, I lost right here. Going into this phase with Talia, and that was heartbreaking. Anyways, so what you're seeing here is more of the same. The difference is, in this phase, I can actually use beatdown and it will work. So that's my go-to strategy here. We run around, and right here she'll do 1, 2, and then I go in and we do beatdown. And then I run away. Once I'm fully out of momentum, I don't have momentum anymore, then we fall back on the original strategy of doing damage to build momentum while she's doing ranged attacks. Whenever she does her combo attack, I can throw a batarang or two and then run. And then that's the fight. So right there, you can see she broke out of it. Very, very rare in phase 2, but that right there is proof. In phase 1, however, you could see that I was already in the attack when she broke out of it. In phase 1, the attack will just never happen. She'll break out of it immediately, and that's the problem. I totally forgot that I captured that in this run, but that is a bit of proof to what I was saying. So that's the run completed on hard mode, all bosses, without taking any damage. If you've stuck with me to the end, I want to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. This was a really difficult and challenging run to complete, so I hope it was both educational and insightful. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, please consider subscribing and don't forget to turn on notifications, so you never miss a new run being released. In summary, thank you again for hanging out with me, and I hope to see you on the next one.